You're on. Okay. Grandpa, what's your full name?
Oswald Michael Biittig.
Okay, and what's your birth date?
1909, December the 5th.
And where were you born?
Waterville, New York.
Okay, and then you just found out 15 years ago your real birthday was different than what you thought?
Yeah, I used to think it was the 9th, it's the 5th.
Okay.
December the 5th is my real birthday, I believe.
And how did you find that out?
I forgot now.
How come you thought it was the 9th for all those years?
Gee, I don't know how it would come about again. Something about they got the birth certificates mixed up or some damn thing. I've forgotten what it was. But
maybe because you were born at home and you weren't born in the hospital?
in Waterville, I think the most all of us were born there in the homes, and out here my mother was 5 of us was born in Waterville and 5 born out here in the country, and none of them were born in the hospital, and I had 4 girls and a boy, and my last one was the only one I had born in the hospital. Them days we had them mostly always born home, and had a midwife would come because you couldn't get to the hospital quick, or you couldn't get to a doctor quick. He was either out on another case or something, so we always had to have a midwife nearby, and we'd get them, pick them up with a horse and wagon, get them to the house, or Model T Ford or something like that.
Were midwives expensive? Were midwives expensive?
No, they wouldn't want to take nothing. They didn't want to charge nothing. They only accepted what you gave them. My mother was a midwife too, and she'd help out neighbors too. And she come up to my house, and many of the babies were born before the doctor got there. We went 2 miles to the horse and wagon, and where's the doctor? He's out on delivering another baby, and we'd have to wait, and then we bring him up. He come home, and he says, well, my horse is all tired out, and we had to pick him up down in the village and bring him up, and then bring him back after the baby was born. That's the way it was them days. That's why the midwife sometimes had the baby born one time he got there. You couldn't wait for him, you know.
Was there only one doctor
Yeah.
for the whole town, or how many towns?
Just about one doctor in each town, about. And then one doctor lived down about a mile and a half down near Sliders Corners, and he lived right on the farm. His name was Paps, I think it was, Dr. Paps. And we had to break the fence and go through the snowdrifts to get up to his place. And that's the way it was them days. Sometimes the midwife would get there first, sometimes she wouldn't. And you had to take your chances who got there first. But that's the way it was them days.
How many brothers and sisters do you have?
There's 9 brothers, there's 9 boys, there's 10 children. 9 boys and 1 girl.
And what are all their names?
And the first one was Walter. Next one was Joe. We were always about 1.5 years apart, very seldom 2 years apart. Walt was the oldest, and then Joe was next. He was about maybe 2 years younger than Walt. And then I was the third one, Oswald Michael. And then Eddie was the next one. And then Freddie, then Johnny, then Richie, then Tony, and then Catherine, then Tommy. Is that 10?
I wasn't counting. Let's see. What's your earliest memory?
Earliest memory? Oh, I think it's when I went to school in Waterville, where I was born. I had a buddy, and him and I were always good friends. I got a picture I had around with him on it. I think maybe I'll find it again. I think I found it one time. Johnny Wagner. He lived in Watervliet, about 2 blocks from me, and he used to go to we walked to school together, and he had a big family. Johnny Wagner, Captain Wagner, Sammy Wagner, Helen Wagner was a big family too. But him and I was always together when we went to school and come home. Johnny Wagner, a nice buddy. He's about the same age as me, and we were in the same grade. And then my first memory is while we were kids. My mother couldn't keep track of us all in the city there. There was 5 of us born in the city, but there were a couple of them were too small to run around with us. But I was 9 years old when I left there, so before that I was 8 or 7 or 6, and we used to go across from Watervliet across Congress Street Bridge and steal tar out the barrels there where they used to have a lot of tar in, where the Thompson's paper store was on the other side, on the Troy side. And then we'd get clay, and we'd make marbles out of clay and tar and play marbles with the neighbor boys. And then to get in mischief, a couple of times I hopped on, they had horse and wagons them days with a platform in back with a guy, the bread man or the ice man. He had a platform on the back, and he had a little cab in front, and he only turned around, he could see us sometimes. But I used to jump on that platform and back and get a ride. And someone wouldn't see me, and one of them, he saw me a couple times, told me, hollered at me, get off, you know. And I didn't get off that time, but he taught me a lesson though. I never got on his anymore. He caught me the second time he caught me, and there was snow on the ground, maybe about a half a foot or so, and he got me back the head, and he stuck my head right in that snow. He took a handful of snow and he rubbed it right in my nose, my mouth, my eyes, and I couldn't breathe. I almost choked to death. And I never got on his wagon again. And then one time, another one taught me a lesson. There was a nigger boy walking in back of us. He was bigger than me and my brother Joe. And I says to Joe, I didn't think he would hear me. I says, Joe, there's a nigger in back of us. And gee, he ran up and got me around the neck, and he put his fist in my face. He said, don't you ever say nigger again. I said, I didn't mean nothing by it. I just said it was a nigger in back of us. I didn't mean nothing. I'll let you go this time. Next, you ever catch you say nigger again, he says, I'll beat you up. I says, boy, that scared me. And then I says, we used to, then the war come on, and they called us the Kaiser, because the leader over there was something like Hitler. He was the Kaiser, the big shot, the World War I. And these Binks and Taylors, they knew we were Germans, because my father's German, my mother was Austrian. And they knew we were Germans, and every time they saw us, they throw stones at us, and they says, you Kaisers, get the hell home, you Kaisers. And they holler at us and throw stones and everything. Oh, they're meaner than heck to us, the Binks and the Taylors. And after I worked with 2 Binks in Allegheny Steel in 1941, 1942, I worked with a couple of Binks, and they were nice as pie to me then, I says. And then they had a father who moved out here in the country, and he used to pick up junk, and he come to my father's farm there, and he picked up a lot of junk parts, and give us a couple of dollars for the junk. And it was Louis Bink and Jack Bink and Schuyler Bink, and they were a big family, but they were meaner than heck when we were in the, called us Kaiser and throw stones at us. But when they got out this way and in the steel plant with me, they were good to me. And so we had a lot of fights there. But my brother fixed one of them, better wall. It was this a whitehead kid friend of theirs too was across the street, and he saw the Binks over there, and this whitehead kid that was always throwing stones down, their friend too, Taylor kid I think it was, and better walk, and we hid behind some, behind our, across the street, we hid under a stoop. We had a stoop that went down. We hid under that stoop. My better walk went out, and he threw a stone right across the street, and he hid right back that stoop. Nobody could see us. And that stone went across the street and landed and hit that boy, cut his head. Oh, gee, the blood was running down, they said, and they rushed him to the doctor and everything. They didn't know never found out where that stone came from. If it did, they would have beat the heck out of us. They never found where that stone came from. Well, my oldest brother, Walt, we often laughed at that. we even talked about it not long ago. And that fixed one of them, boy, and we were glad that one fixed. Then there was another kid, him and his couple of friends, they used to always run after us and call us Kaisers too, and we fixed that one, boy. We were up on top of the stoop this time, and we were all fixed. We had mud pies ready for him, and he was going to church with a nice white shirt on. We knew he was coming there. And we threw them mud pies, and we all over his white shirt. Oh, he ran in that house, and he told my father. He says, "Your boys, look at what they did to me." My father says, "You must have done something to him." Father called us in. He says, "What did he do to you?" I said, "He threw stones at us. He could have knocked our eye out." I says, "This time we caught him alone, and we got even with him." Father says, "See, I told you must have done something to them boys, otherwise they never would do that." So that was another one we fixed there. Yeah.
How old were you when you first started going to school?
First start going to school? Oh, we first start going to school. I had another friend there in school. He had a lot of rabbits, and I used to help him pull grass for his rabbits, and he was a buddy of mine. And when I had a nickel or a dime, I used to buy him an ice cream cone. And when he did, he'd buy me an ice cream cone, and we was good buddies there. I had all good buddies, got along good with them there, but except our mother was called us Kaiser and all this, you know. And we had some nice buddies there, and there was a lot when we got out of school. Some women would give us money, nickel or a dime, to bring them groceries. We go to the store and get them.
Go ahead. You tell them.
Oh, well, we forgot where we left off because we had to charge a battery up. It ran out, and we had to charge a battery up on the what do you call that thing, the recorder?
Yeah.
And the recorder there.
How about if I ask you, I already asked you what your best childhood memory was. What's the worst thing that happened to you when you were a child?
Oh, that one. That was the worst thing, and I had it marked here about the haunted house. I don't know if I ever told you about that one or not.
So.
It was a haunted house my father moved into. It was hard to find houses when you had kids, you know. And there was about 4 of us kids then, and I get 4 or 5. And it was near the canal somewhere, you know. Not far from the canal in I think it was on 3rd Street or 23rd Street in Waterville. And nobody wanted to live in that house because they knew it was haunted. But my father rented it. We lived in it, and we had a lot of trouble there, and the people before us had a lot of trouble there. But when we went in there, we heard stories about some rich doctor owned it, and he had a colored maid in that. With the stories we heard after we were there, a colored maid, and I don't know what happened. she got murdered in there or what. And there was bloodstains on the stairs, and they said they never could get rid of the bloodstains on the stairs. And at night, that maid seemed to be working all the time. We would hear them snap shades, you go up and down, and we heard somebody walking around. We never could see anybody walking around, and hear the doors go to the door, nobody's there, and things like that. And never bothered anybody for quite a while, but we heard all these noises at night. Somebody seems to be working. You could hear them sweeping or doing this and that and all this. But I was sleeping on my brother Walt. Joe was sleeping with my other brother. My brother Walt was my oldest brother. And I wasn't quite asleep, and I opened my eyes, and here was a colored woman right over by me. She looked like she was going to grab me. And I hollered and jumped out of bed and ran to my father's bedroom. And I says, "Pa, that colored woman is after me." And Pa went in there, and he says, "Oh, go back to sleep, she won't bother you." And I says, next night, the same thing happened again, or a couple of nights after. She come by me again. Didn't bother Walt. And I opened my eyes up, and she's right there, looked like she's ready to grab me by the throat or something. I jumped out, ran in my father's room, and "Pa," I says, "she's back again after me." And he went in, and he says, "You leave my boy alone," he says, "and don't you bother him." And he told, in the foundry where my father worked, he told a couple of guys about that haunted house and how this woman's always bothering my boy. And this one man told my father, he says, "There's only one way to stop that." The other people lived there before. They had a priest come there and a minister come there and preached and everything, and said some things that thought it would help and never helped. And this guy told my father, he says, "There's only one way," he says, "stop that." And my father says, "What?" He says, "Curse as much as you can." He says, "Curse as much as you can," he says, and he says, "I think that'll help." My father did that, I think after the third time. He says, I went in there, and my boy called me in again. He said it was, he grabbed a hold of him by the head. And my boy was crying and crying. He didn't want to go back in there in the bedroom no more. He wouldn't go back in the bedroom no more. So we had to put him in the bedroom with us. And so he says he went in there and he cursed as much as he could. Cursed and cursed at it, "You son of a bitch, and don't you ever touch my boy or come in here again and bother him." And that was the last time it ever bothered me. It never bothered me after that. But years after, I had spots on my head where the hair would come out and would come in white, big as a quarter, sometimes big as $50. Then it'd come in white, and then after a while it would turn brown, maybe a year or two. And my mother and father and my brothers used to say that's where that colored woman touched you. And even when I got older, when I got married, I says the spots would come out. And then one time all my hair fell out. I was bald-headed. And my brother used to shave my head when I lived down on the farm here and I was married. He used to shave my head off. Then first in school it only come off $50, because $50 for a couple of quarters like that would come in all the time, like I said. But this time it all come out. And then come in white. My brother kept shaving it off every once in a while, and then after a while it started coming in brown. And it stayed in for 3 years. And then I worked up in the mill there, and I always wore that little Tammy. It was like a artist Tammy, a woman's little cap, like round cap. It was like a little artist's round, perfectly round and soft, and I'd put that on my head when I'd work anywhere. And one time a guy stole it on me up in the mill there, and he knew it was that bald-headed, and he was a mischief guy anyway. He was always causing mischief. He was a regular roughy muffin guy, and I fixed him in the end up. And anyway, he took it, and I says, Joe, I want to go home now. I'd like to have my hat back. He had it for about 2 hours. He worked in the storeroom, the Lower Fayette Mill, and I worked in the dye house, in extracting the wool and mixing up the wool and dyeing the wool and all that. And he wouldn't give it to me back. I went up in where he was working in the other apartment there upstairs. Him and the other guy was stacking bales of cotton and wool up there. They're great big stacks, maybe about 8 foot tall or taller. And he stacked them up tree high up there. And I went up there in this nice way. I said, Joe, please give me back my hat. I'm going home now. You see my bald head. Well, can't you give it back to me now? And he just laughed at me. And he said, I ain't got it. And my best buddy that went hunting fishing with me, he was standing in the back of him. He pointed to his shirt. Well, then I knew where my hat was. It was in his shirt. And he was standing in front of me. And I asked him once more, I want to go home now, Joe. He just laughed at me. And boy, I says, I grabbed a hold of him and I had him on the floor. And I had him down. And while I had him down, I says, you going to give me it, huh? And I put my hand in his shirt and I pulled it out, stuck it in my pocket. And I says, he had sneakers on. I took one of his sneakers off. I threw them up on top of them bales. And I went on. I said, goodbye, fellows. I went on home. Next day I come back, and the two of them are laughing. They come down to see me. And the guy, I took his slipper off that would have caused me the trouble there, wouldn't give me the hat back. He says, Ossie, you fixed me. I said, I didn't hurt you when I threw you on the floor or nothing, did I? No. He said, but were you my sneaker? I couldn't get it. It was down between them bales. Went way down between the bales. I couldn't reach it, and I had to make a stick with a wire hook on it, climb on them bales, reach down and fish my sneaker out. That's how I got my shoe back, my sneaker, he says. And so I fixed him there. But
how come you went bald in the first place?
I
don't understand why you went bald in the first place. How come you lost all your hair?
Oh, then my hair didn't come back again for about 3 years. Then I quit the mill there about a year after, or 2 years after I quit the mill there, when Hitler started the war. This is my brother Johnny. I got him a job in there. He worked with me. I said, we got to get in a steel plant or somewhere. I says, Hitler says, he defies the world to break us, shake us apart. We listened to radio out in my boss's car. And I says, that means war. Hitler says he defies the world to shake them apart. So we put an application in a steel mill, him and I did. And I got in the steel mill in 1940. And I was working there, and they had a great big steel bowl, about 10 of us wash all together on this big steel bowl, the water running in, and a place to put your, on the edge there to put your towel over, and your soap and wash, about 10 of them washing. And I always wore that cap while I was washing my face. And one guy said, 2 guys said, 2 or 3 of them said, never see a guy wash up with his hat on. I had that little tabby on. So I says, well, this is it. I pulled it off. I says, this is why I'm putting it on. Now you see, fellas, bald-headed Ossie.
How old were you then?
Did they, huh?
How old were you? when you were bald?
Oh, when I went down to steel mill, I was about, let's see, I was there 1940. I forget how old I was there. I was married about 5, 6 years in. I forget now. I got married when I was 30, and I forget how old I was when I was there. But I worked there 31 years, and I'm retired now. Been there 18 years, 31 and 18. So figure that up. See how old I was. I can't do it right now.
But why did you go bald in the first place?
Why did I what?
Why did you go bald to begin with? Do you know why you went bald?
Why do I went bald?
Yeah.
Bald?
Bald.
Oh, don't really know. But I went down to a doctor in Troy, Italian doctor, and he gave me some stuff to put on. He says this is like we call it alopecia or something, I think he says, but your roots are there. Roots is there, Ossie. And I went down to him, and he wrote me out a prescription. I went in Rizzo's drugstore in Troy, got a little bottle, like a little Vaseline bottle, and he charged me $1.50. Them days, $1.50 was a lot for a little bottle, that salve. And so I used that up. It didn't take long. I used to rub it on at night all over my head and put another cap on so it wouldn't get grease all over my wife's pillowcases. And then I went back to the doctor, told me to come back, and I says, he charged me $1.50. Now he wanted to charge me $3. He says, oh, he did, huh? Yeah, he thinks I need that stuff, and he now charged me $3. He says, Ossie, I'll fix you up. He says, all I wanted to do is see some of that hair grow back on that head of yours, he says. Dr. Coco, his name was on 4th Street. Nice Italian doctor. And I said, I'm going to tell you nothing. I just want to see that hair grow on your head, he says. And I'll mix you up some. He mixed me up a big jar of it. And any time I wanted, I didn't go to the drugstore. I went to his office, his house there, and he'd give me and never charge me for it. He says, all I want to see is the hair grow back on your head. And he says, but there's something you could do for me, Ossie. I says, what's that? I says, I'll try to do it for you if I can. He said, I used to like to hunt a lot. I'd like partridge, trout, fish too, he says, but I don't get time no more. He says, do you hunt? That's my hobby. Hunting, fishing? Oh, sure. What do you want? Bring me in a partridge. I brought him in partridge. Then the next time I brought him in trout. Then the next time a pheasant. Oh boy, did he love that. I says, he loved that. Jeepers. He says, oh gosh, that's good. Well, you're doing me a favor. And my hair started to come in brown after he said, let your brother shave it off. It starts coming in brown, let it go. Came in brown, and it's been in ever since. So a lot of people told me they got, at your age, you got nice dark brown hair, Ossie. Well, I says, my hair ain't very old. I says, I'm 60 years old now, and I got nice dark brown hair, but my hair is only about 40 years old. that was the story about my hair, but my parents and them told me that's where that colored woman touched me, but I brushed that out of my mind. I don't believe in ghosts, I said. I always didn't want to talk about the haunted house, and I brushed that out of my mind. I don't believe in ghosts, My father said he saw when he was walking home on the railroad tracks, he saw a white woman walking in back of him with a white gown on. He says he stopped, turned around, she stopped. He was there walking again, she walked. Then he went back toward her and she disappeared. That's the only story I heard. My father told me that one time. And then they used to tell stories about the old country over there in Germany. My father, my mother, and my uncle did when they come over from Austria about ghost and that, you know. But I never liked to hear them because I couldn't sleep at night. If I heard them stories, I couldn't sleep at night. Just like when my grandmother got sick, and they brought her from the farm only about a mile from my grandfather's farm to my father's farm. And they brought her up to the house. She was awful sick. She died in her house. And here comes the things that bothered me again. I said, she died in our house. And that night, my brothers were all upstairs in the bedroom, and we were there. And this here I know for a fact that is true. I heard it. The owls were howling. Ooh, 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 ooh. And then the dog, neighbor's dog there, they had a dog there, and he howled all night. Ow, 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 and we couldn't sleep. And they said, I've read where dogs would do that. They sense a person when it's dead, and they'll howl, and owls will howl. And I know it's true. We heard it. Me and my brothers upstairs. We had screens in the windows, and we heard it. And we couldn't sleep. That was when grandmother died in the house. Yeah. Right down here on the Biittig Road. Road named after Biittig. I had a farm there, and my father had a farm. They called it the Biittig Road. And my grandfather lived down. His land joined my father's land, and my land joined my father's land. Three generations in a row. I says, and I'm still right here where I used to bring the cows in and milk them. Yeah. That's one on that part there. What do you want to hear now about?
So how old were you when you first started school? Were you 5 or?
Oh.
When you first started school, did you go to kindergarten?
Yes, in Waterville, kindergarten, and then first grade.
So you were 5 when you first started?
And then when I left, I think it was 2nd or 3rd grade. I was 9 years old when they left, and I come out here, and I was sick for about a week in bed. And I know it was in April, and I looked out the window up on my bed, and the rhubarb was coming up already, and I watched that for a week, how that growed so fast. And we were so happy when we got out on the farm. Oh.
So how old were you when you left school?
When I left it.
Yeah. How old were you then?
I went to this little country school out here, only about a quarter of a mile from our house there. We had, that's the only school I went to, this little country school out here, after I left Waterville. And there was about anywhere from 16 to 22 kids was about the highest we ever had in that school. And when we had a teacher, they took any place where they could get. And the house that I bought after, they had that old couple that I always had that teachers there. I used to walk home with them, and even carry the books home from most. Then on Raby Road was a Quells there. They used to rent their place for the teachers too. Them 2 places, and the teachers would stay maybe 2, 3, 4 years like that. You'd always have new ones, and you'd only have 16 to 22 kids. That would be the highest, and 1 teacher, and she had a lot of work to do because so many grades. But when my brother left the school, he went up, got a job in the Fate Mills because my mother was always worrying about paying the mortgage on the farm. So he worked for a farmer a couple times, and I did too. When the school was out, we always worked by other farmers. My father would rent his kids out and help the farmers. And some of them he didn't get nothing, some of them he got paid, like that, you know. And the farmers would probably help my father, did something for him, see. And anyway, my oldest brother got in the mill when he was, I think, 16 or 17. And the Fate Mills was about maybe a mile and a half or 2 miles from our house there. And then when my other brother got in the mill, so we had two brothers working in there. One gets $16 a week, and the other one get $18 a week, and that was 54 hours a week. He had to work 5 hours 10 hours a day, I think it was, and 5 hours on a Saturday, I believe it was, something like that. for $16 and $18. And then I said to the teacher, I want a working certificate. You gotta get a working certificate as soon as you got 15 years old. She says, what do you want it for, Ossie? Don't you want to go to school? I says, I want to help my father on the farm, which I didn't want to do. I says, I helped him enough on the farm. And what I wanted to do was get up in that mill and get some money too to help pay off the mortgage on the farm. So I says to my oldest brother, I says, get me up in the mill. He says, Ossie, you're only 15. You gotta be 16. I says, I maybe ain't 16, but I'm bigger than you and Joe, and I can whip either one of you. And I says, there ain't no neighbor kids around here I can't whip. And I'm heavier than you and Joe. So, he said, there was an opening. I went up there, and the guy said, how old are you? I was 16. The one that hired me. And so I got $15 a week. And we'd give our money into mother. And she'd give us $2 to spend, didn't have no place to spend it. I says, after a while we went up there and it was so good. We used to have the wash tubs home, and somebody on a Saturday night take a bath in the wash tub, take turns and throw the water out, get more water. Oh, what a nuisance that was. And when we got up in that bake mills, upstairs they had movies. Oh, that was great. They had bowling alleys there, 6 of them, and the kids would set up 2 alleys of pins there. Oh boy, they had to jump over this alley, jump over that alley, set up pins. And they only got 5 or 10 cents a game. They didn't make much, but they would get some tips from the bowlers. And we couldn't bowl, we didn't have the money, we never bowled. We went up there, but we could shoot pool free. Didn't cost them. So we'd shoot pool, and then we'd take a shower. And boy, that was beautiful, take a shower. We'd take a shower first and then shoot pool after. And then the movies would come on 8 o'clock. They get through about 11. Or sometimes a little earlier than that. And they only cost 20 cents. And the good picture would cost a quarter. That was beautiful. That's the only money we could spend. And at $2 we never could even spend it anywhere else. And she put that away for us, so mother wouldn't. She paid off. My uncle's brother was Frank Carl, and his brother was Fred Carl. He held the mortgage on my mother's place, and boy, he was a tough son of a gun. Oh, well, I'll have to foreclose on you if you don't pay it. And she's only a little ways over it, you know, and worried Ma all the while. Pa didn't worry about it, but well, he probably did, but he never said anything about any bills or anything. Ma had to take care of everything. Ma was wonderful. And she got the mortgage paid off. Oh, gee, then she was happy. Then she felt free. And she was happy over that. And my oldest brother then, and mother, and us 2 brothers that were working, we all chipped together, and my brother bought a Model T Ford. It was an agency, Edward Renner, right up Naval Park. He had a Ford agency there, and he sold my brother a Ford for I think it was $425 or $450 for Model T touring car. And that was beautiful. In the wintertime, you had to put side curtains on, keep the snow and rain from blowing in. And then it was a damp weather, he had to bring the coils in, and he had wooden boxes, the coils there, put them back to stove, thaw them out so it wouldn't be damp to start easy. And then he had to crank it. He broke his wrist one time. It kicked back. They used to kick back when you put too much spark on. You start them on battery, and then when you got them started, when you cranked them, but in the wintertime you couldn't even crank them till you had to warm them up a little bit. And then they didn't have no special oil, it was all heavy oil. And I know sometimes he used to be careful, and he took a scoop shovel and he put some oil in some rags and made a little heat and pushed it under a little bit and warmed that oil up. You got to be careful it didn't hit near the carburetor or anything like that. He did that a couple times so he could turn the crank. The oil was so thick you couldn't turn it. Then he jacked the wheel up and tried that and turned it to get it started. Once you got it started on the battery, then you turned it on magneto. That didn't use any juice, that just run on the magneto. And that was beautiful though. My mother didn't have to spend all day and paddling with the horse and the wagon. She could down early, load up with vegetables, butter and eggs, and go down and feed the horse down in Congress Street, Troy. They had a livery stable there, and then load up with. She'd go in a tin store there and buy her pans and dishes or whatever she needed, and then we'd put in feed for the horses what we needed, a good bag of grain. Otherwise, we raised most all our own grain, and something like that. And then sometimes we used to put a little coal in, go over to a railroad station, South Troy there, and get a little coal, and take that home. One horse, and coming up Spring Avenue Hill. Oh gee, click clack, all uphill. In the winter time, I'd get out and trotting back the wagon up the hill till my feet got warm, and then I'd drive, and then my brother Walt, he'd do the same thing. But we got smart after, and we took a lantern. We put that in the front of the dash in the front of the wagon. We covered that over with a blanket and kept that heat in from the lantern so it wouldn't burn the blanket. I'd watch out though, but it would keep our feet warm, and then we drove up that way. And one time I got bored going up that hill, and I had my slingshot with me. I was always a crack shot with a slingshot. I'd shoot squirrels and rabbits and different things. I had it in the car for some reason. On the way home, thought I might get to see something. And going up that hill, I'd aimed at one of the big street lights. They had street lights up Spring Avenue, and I popped one of them glasses. My brother gave me hell. Brother Wall, what'd you do that for? Jesus, I said, I don't know. I wanted a little excitement, I guess. So with that Model T Ford, that took care of all that. I says, then she used to go down with the Model T Ford. Walt would take her peddling their stuff. And it didn't take so long then. But before, gosh, I went with him a couple times, come home dark, we fell asleep, and the gate was open, and the horse tried to get right in the barn, but he couldn't get in the barn. He got in the yard down. And we used to just hang the lines over, and he knew where he was going. Right up the road in the cow yard, in the yard. He couldn't get in the barn though. Yeah, gee.
How old did you have to be to have a driver's license back then?
Huh?
How old did you have to be to have a driver's license?
16. Yeah,
did you have to take a...
I drove a car since I was 16. The first one I had was an old Model T in 1917. I bought it for 25 bucks from a guy. And gee, I took my mother, peddled with that a couple times, quite a few times, and took my father here and there quite a few times. And I drove since I was 16. Now I'm 80 years old, and I never hit another car, but I had two of them hit me in the back. And I never hit, and I only ran over one, I think it was one raccoon, and hit a pheasant one time. And a guy's dog in West Sand Lake that was about 16 years old or something, he was blind, and he couldn't see. He walked in front of my car, and he turned to go back, and I caught him, and I never went fast. I had a 29 Ford that time. Hastings, his father was a senator in West Sand Lake, and this was the son. He used to be the first one ever put up the electric poles in West Sand Lake and around him, and another lad there. And he's still living, Bob Hastings, nice lad. And he come out, I went over to the house, I said, ran over your dog. Ossie, I know you never go fast. That old dog, he says he can't see or nothing. He says, this is an old dog, he can't see or hear or nothing, Ossie. He says, and he said, you never go fast back here. I see you go by lots of times, you never go fast. And that dog, He says, old, he can't hear, he can't see, and it's not your fault. But he says, will you do me a favor? I says, yes. He brought out the shotgun. The dog was alive yet. And he says, put it out of its misery. I says, I'll do that for you. So I did. And he says, thanks. And I says, another thing I can do you a favor. I got 4 beautiful pups home. 2 of them are Asper, and there's 2 more nice little black pups. They're beautiful. They won't get too big neither. And his was like your dog. Yours was an old poodle dog. It's about size. They'll only get about that big, maybe a little bigger. He says, no. I think my son rather go and pick out his own somewhere else, or he maybe wants a thoroughbred or something. He says, whatever my son wants, I'll speak to him. So he says, he never came down and got one of them. I wanted to give him one, but they bought another one. And then he thanked me, and we're still friends, and he never mentioned that. He told me it wasn't my fault. Our dog couldn't hear or see, and I felt better.
That's good.
And and Bob Hastings, he's still living. We see each other in Miller's store down West Sand Lake quite a few times. Mm-hmm. He's about the oldest one living down there. Oh. And so is there anything else you want to ask?
Yeah. When did they have indoor plumbing? Do you remember when they first put indoor plumbing into your house? You know,
oh,
running water.
When I got married, when I got married up there, we didn't have no plumbing at all. We had an outside well and a pump in it, and you had to turn it by handle. And that was 1930 when we got married, and I had to fix that old house up. It was vacant for 5 years and had squirrel holes in it and everything. I put a siding over it and put a foundation around it, because the wind used to blow under. They had cobblestones for a foundation, and it even blew the rug. You could see the rug lift up. Well, I remedied that. I said the old farmers and all of them, they used to put boards around, put horse manure around them and their hay and everything. I just took cement, put boards around, poured cement in and fixed that. No more wind blew under that place and lift that rug up. Then I threw that old wooden porch out and walked across the road, took stones from the stone wall and made a big foundation porch out of big rocks, threw them in there and put cement over that, got that all fixed up. And then after we had never had no electric up there. I was the first one got electric. I went to my father, I says, they'll bring this electric up here, Pa, but they got to start from down at the end of the Biittig Road and put poles in farmers' land. And the other farmer down below you, he said we could do it. And how about it? I don't want no poles in my land, my father says. They ain't gonna bother it, Pa. I says, you can plow around them, and it won't bother at all. They only have to put in about 3 of them. And I had to talk to him like a Dutch uncle, and finally he let him do it. So I was the first one got electric on this road up here, up to my house. And then the neighbor was so glad that I got up to my house. He says, Ossie, can we put a pole in your land and come down to our house with it? Sure. And then Dad went down to the sheer road, and the neighbor got electric down there, and then so on, and I was the first one. And I says, I was the first one got a radio. I says, first we had bought a crystal set in a 10-cent store, and you had to feel around with the crystal to get the right spot on the crystal, then you could hear. Then you couldn't hear it good, and we'd put it in addition, it was a little louder, and then we got earphones to put on after. Then my neighbor boy, he took up electrical work by mail, and he made a little battery set, and that was good. You just move that thing on this big spool of copper wire, and you get the right place there, and with the battery, and oh gee, it come in beautiful then.
What's a crystal set?
The crystal set, that was just like a piece of rock, and you had to get it on a spot where you could hear a station, you know, and it wasn't very loud, and you could buy them for only a couple of bucks in a 10-cent store. And then my friend, my neighbor boy, Alec Wallace, he took up electric and he made one. And then after we got the battery set, well, regular automobile battery, you had to get it charged up every once in a while. Every time I wanted to listen to something good like the fights or Philip McGee and Molly or old time fights, you know, and the battery go dead, and then you couldn't hear them, and then you have to take it to the garage and charge your battery up. That was a nuisance. Then after a while, we moved up in Sand Lake there. I was the first one got a television, and my boys, brothers used to come up and see that. They had no television. Then my father was all against television and the electric up here, and after he got the electric, he was happy. They got a television for him. You couldn't get him away from that television after. My father was always in there, and he didn't want that. He didn't want the electric, didn't want the television. After, gee whiz, him and my mother, they loved that television, did, boy. I was the first one that had it, and brothers used to come up to my house to see it. So,
what year did you get a television?
Oh gosh, I was married maybe, let's see, about 30, getting married in 1930, so had to be about 10 years, 30, 19, no, not that long. 1930, maybe 1938, though. Maybe about 1938.
Do you remember the first TV show you ever watched?
No. Before that, a restaurant up in Gerald's Corners where I moved after. I moved right next to that restaurant. And they bought one of these big screens, though. It cost a lot of money. And everybody from all around was to fill that bar room up watching the TVs when the fights come on or something on that big screen. And that time he paid about $500-600 for it. That was big money for it. And people come in there and drink beer, and in the other room there, they'd watch that TV. That's where I first saw much of any TV. Was right then.
How much did the TVs cost when you were married?
Oh,
the home TVs that you had.
I think about not too much. It was about 75 or 100, something like that. About 75 or $100. Yeah, that Motorola was. It was a Motorola. It lasted good too. It was a Motorola. Yeah.
What were outhouses like back then, like when you were a little boy?
The outhouse?
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Oh, I'm telling you, we had one on the farm, and yeah, you had to take turns. There were 2 holes in there. 2 people could set in there, and you just hook the door. When if you went in alone, or your brother come in or somebody you knew, you'd unhook it, you know. And then every year you'd have to take the box out. I had a box there, and or whenever they got filled up, they'd take the horse and snake them out in the fields and dump them out on the fields and plant. And in the plant, they make the corn and everything grow like crazy. And mentioning that, now my grandfather, when he was on the farm, he used to go down to the village of West Sand Lake and clean them out and brought them all up on his farm. And boy, he could raise cabbage and potatoes and everything. Like, it was good manure. And that's the way it was. But there's a little laugh about that. We always had, the wife and I, when we first got married. You had to walk maybe, about, I'd say about 40, 50 feet to get to them. Or that or a little more. And each one of us would wait, who's going to warm up the seat now on a cold wintry day, you know? Who's going to warm up the seat now? And if one of them went out first, warm up the seat, then the other one would run out, you know. We'd get a kick out of that. And then we used to say, gee, the cold weather, you'd have to tip the pyramids over. They would freeze right up to the hole over. You had to have a stick and tip them over. And another thing in the wintertime, when you always had to have water ahead in your house, that well that would freeze up sometimes. And then you'd have to put that on the wood stove and put that hot water in there so you could turn it and get your water. It was nice well water though, but we didn't have no plumbing at all. And the ice boxes, you had to put ice in and a pan underneath to catch the water. And we used our own ice houses. My father made his there. He had a corn crib, made it into an ice house. And I made one in my barn. It was an old barn on that place. And how we made them, we just put boards against the siding, filled in between sawdust and then straw on top. And we'll keep that iced at big chunks. They weigh about 200 pounds a piece or 300. And you take the straw off and chop off a chunk you want and cover them up again and put it in your wooden ice box. But if you didn't forget to dump that pan out, you'd have water on your floor. Some of them put the hose right out through and drill a hole through, let them leak outside. And that's the way we did with that there. I know my mother used to have trouble making butter. You had to put sometimes pieces of ice right in the cream so the butter would come together. And what time now, we're going back to my mother's farm from way back, and she always had to wash all the clothes on the washboard and the tub, you know, and the wringer, wooden wringer, turn that.
Did you help with that?
Huh?
Did you help her wash clothes?
Oh, sure, lots of times. And then we bought her a Maytag. I'm going way back without a motor on it. You had to step on the pedal and get it started with a little gas. Then after a while it would run otherwise, you know. But first you had to get it started like that, run it. Yeah, that was what you had to do. A Maytag, old Maytag, a big aluminum tub. Jeepers, they still say, you know, the guy can't get no work. The Maytags don't break down. Gosh, I guess he's right. And so after a while, get that washing helped her on that. Then we had oh, I got it.
Go ahead.
Now we'll go from the Maytag wash machine, which was a blessing for my mother. It run with a motor, with gas, and that got her away from the scrubbing with the washing board in the tub. So then I wanted to tell you about making butter. She always had customers who wanted sweet butter and solid butter, and she had little jugs, 1 pound jugs, 2 pound jugs, fed them out. But it was a job for her making butter because, like I say, in the summertime, before we had an iceman would bring ice, now we had our own ice. Well, that helped a lot. Then she put in the big round. We had the first one. We had the round one you turn by hand. No, the first one was the one you go up and down with a stick in a barrel, a little barrel. So you put the cream in there. But first, she had to set out bowls to catch cream. Then she had to skim the cream off and save the cream, and then put it before the end of the week and make the butter that way. Then she had another one that you turned it by hand in a round tub, put the cream in there, and then after a while we got a separator. The first separator was name of it was a mulatto separator, and gee, that was good. That was my job to turn it after we get through milking the cows. That was my job. The other one feed the chickens, the other one the clucking hens, and the other one fill up the wood box, the other one bring in the water, and my job was milk the cows and turn the separator when we get through. And the cream would run in separate there. Oh, that was good. She didn't have to skim no more cream off. And I always had a little cup there. I had my little cup of cream there. I guess that's what made me bigger and stronger than all the rest of them around there. And I could whip my two older brothers or any of the neighbor kids. I was heavier and big for my age. I weighed 165 when I went up in the mill. I was 16, and my brother Joe weighed 154. My brother Walt, the oldest one, he only weighed 145. And I guess that's what helped on that. I used to have my little cup of cream there every time. So anyway, that butter churn, we used to have to turn it by hand. My brother Walt, he was always fixing things. He was good on that. Oh, he could fix car motors or anything. He took mine apart lots of times, helped me when my motor didn't run good in the Model A Fords I had. And he's going to put a motor on this butter churn. He hooked a belt on it, and made a pulley for it, took the handle off. You know, we didn't have to turn it by hand, he figured. So we started up, and he didn't have the pulley the right gauge, and it went too fast, and it blew the cover off, and the cream flew all over the kitchen floor. What a mess. So after a while, he got the right size belt and pulley on it, and oh, then it worked beautiful.
Could you buy butter in the store back then, at that time?
Could you buy butter in the store?
Mm-hmm. At that time, when you had to make it?
I guess you could buy it in the store too. Yeah. I forget how it came in the store. What it comes in little cardboard things, or what it come in. I forgot. But my mother had to always put it in these little pound jugs and 2-pound jugs.
Did you sell it, or did you keep it?
Oh, she sold it customers right down in Paulding Avenue in Troy. Hmm. And the Jewish people's the ones that wanted the sweet butter. And she had we had a wooden print too. You could put the butter, fill that for a pound. You fill that wood and then press it right out to get a pound. But she didn't like that. She had the little jugs, you know, with crocks, like, you know. Mm-hmm. And she'd only take a fork to make it a little fancy. She'd take a fork and go make an X on it, like, to make it look nice. So what was I going to say now after that? That helped her a lot with the wash machine and that separator. Mm-hmm. And then when I married, in 1930, I got married. Oh, I was so glad to get away. My older brother and my second oldest brother, they'd always argue with Pa. Pa, he'd do the, Walt was the smart one and my mother. But my Pa wouldn't listen to them, and Walt would want to show them how to do it the easier way or better way, and they'd have an argument. And then Joe and him would have an argument over something, and they'd keep it up for years arguing over it, you know, like the heifer got over in the corn, and because he didn't lock the gate up, and Pa was working out there in the field, and he see the heifer in the corn, he threw stone and broke its leg. Then we had to kill the heifer with a broken leg. A nice heifer would have been a nice cow. And he says, Joe, he says, you broke the leg, you left the gate open. Joe says, I didn't throw the stone. Well, my father says I wouldn't have to throw the stone if he didn't let the gate open and let the heifer go in there. And I said, they argued that for about 3 years.
Why did he throw a stone?
Why did he throw the stone? He always threw stones to chase a horse or a heifer or anything out of the way. It was his habit throwing stones. That's what he could hit him because if he had a club, I see him knock a horse down with a club. If he had a club there, he'd hit a horse in the head and it wouldn't do what he wanted, knock him right down. So they argued it out, and I always said, gee, I'd be glad to get away from here. And I met a nice girl, Millie. She was 16 when I met her, and she was 17 when I married her.
How did you meet?
And I was Huh?
How did you meet?
Oh, I met. How'd I meet? My mother-in-law keeping house for an old guy, and her husband was gone, never didn't know where he was. He left kids and her, 2 kids and her over in Williamstown. And she got jobs in Boston, Buffalo, Connecticut, and Albany. Then she worked for a house. He had 2 or 3 houses. His name was House, and he had 2 or 3 houses he used to rent in Albany. He got rid of them, and he bought this farm, the Ball Ranch. And they had horses there, and she loved to ride horses. And she had a son after he'd come over from Williamstown, and he rode the horse, and they trained him, and they rented him out. They took him wherever they could rent horses. And they made good on that. And my mother-in-law was down there. I went trout fishing down there a couple of times, and the creek was not far over there, and I see this girl with that nice black wavy hair riding on that bicycle back and forth. I said, oh gee, I'd love to meet her someday. And the only way I did meet her is I wasn't fresh or nothing, never tried to meet her in any other way, but my father used to do butchering all the time. His father used to do butchering. My other brothers didn't want to see blood or anything like that. I didn't mind it. Gosh, he'd stab a pig and they'd have to hold it by the legs, and I have to hold a pail there, stab it, and then you hold the rope on it and catch the blood in the pail and put a little salt in and stir it up so we could make bloodwurst, you know. And grandfather and him would make bloodwurst. They used the stomach and stomach that, clean it out, and intestines, make sausage, smoke the bacon in the smokehouse. Oh gee, we always had that stuff. Oh, beautiful. In the wintertime we'd hang a cow up, putting her all cold weather. You want a piece of the meat, you just go over and saw off a piece or cut a piece off. And so this time he wanted to butcher a cow, and one time a pig. Old Pa always takes me with him. See, he come up to the house and he brought Millie up, my wife. She was 16 or maybe not quite 16 then. And so that's how I met her. She come up there to the house. She says, so Pa says, I'll bring Ossie down. Ossie will help me too. Father always took me when I butcher a cow by a neighbor or bull or something like that, you know, or a pig. And so I met her, and then that night, before he went home, he says, I got to take her down to the bus. She worked down in Albany for some rich woman for $4 a week. $4 a week taking care of a couple of kids that time.
Was that a lot of money back then?
Her mother ran her out that way.
Was that?
She sent her out taking care of kids when she was only 10, 11, 12 years old.
Was $4 a lot of money or not?
No, it wasn't a lot of money. Then she got, when I met her, she was working for another woman. She was getting $7 a week. $7 a week. And I was out in Western Albany there. And that was when I started driving a car. I got an old car, and a couple of times I didn't get there, and she was worried and was wondering what was wrong, you know. But making the long story short, that night he was supposed to take her down West Sand Lake to get on the bus and go to that woman's house there where she's supposed to mind the kids for $7 a week. So my mother says, Walt and Ossie will take her down to the bus. The house. Oh gee, good, he says. I don't have to bother driving down to West Sand Lake then, from the Biittig Road. That wasn't far, but. And before that, Millie was like a girl. Maybe you would even be like that. They bring a young girl there, you know. Whatever he'd say, she wanted to be nice to him because he was keeping her there and her mother there. They say, and she always listened to him. And she always tried to please him. And here's all the Biittig boys. No girl was ever brought in that house, only cousins. Right down here on the farm, the Biittig Road. And, gee, they all gap at her, you know, look at her. And a couple of them went out in the hall, they were standing in the stairs peeking around. And House, he says, well, ain't you going to give the boys a kiss before you go? So she went over and, I guess she kissed Walt and Joe. Eddie, I think 3 of the oldest ones is there. The other ones, they ran out in the other room. She couldn't get any of them. She got 2 or 3 of them. She kissed, you know, and kissed me. Say.
And lips.
So Walt and I take her with the old Dodge car. I think he had an old 24 or 26 Dodge car at that time. She walk out in, and Millie gets in the middle, and I get on the end, you know. I pull a fast. I was tricky sometimes, you know. I pull a fast one. And just before we Walt got the car started and pulled out, you know, I says, you know, you didn't kiss me. She did, though. Wow, I got another kiss. Oh, geez, put her arm around me, give me a nice big kiss. Ah, that started.
Right on the lips? She kissed you right on the lips?
Sure. Gee, that started. So then I tried to get my old car to go down and see her one time. It stopped right down here by that stone wall. I walked home, left the damn car there. It was an Essex, 24 Essex. I bought it from that Ford dealer, too. And I called it the Essex. Essex. I had more trouble with that thing. I got rid of that and got a 29 Ford after it. Boy, that 29 Ford was beautiful. It was secondhand, got it for $300. Oh, it was nice. Then I had a 31 Ford after that, and that one was good. Then I had a 33 Plymouth, that one was good.
So she wasn't shy, right?
Huh?
She wasn't shy?
Oh, no. She wasn't shy at all. No, I was shy. My brothers were all shy. First time anybody brought a girl into the house was when Ossie brought her up. And then I brought her up in the house. I brought her up one time, and I forget what it was for her. And I brought her up one time, yeah. And so we was going to get ready to go. It was her and I alone. Brought her up in the house. Gee whiz, they all think it was funny to see a girl. Millie told me this. She said, I never see such a place. Gee, they all hide. What's the matter with them? I says, gee, you're the first girl ever come in this house except cousins. And so I brought her up this time, you know. Walt was there and Joe, I guess. Then I says, well, Millie, I guess we go, you know. And Millie got her coat and put it on. She sat down. She was going to put her rubbers on, her overshoes. I forget what she had. It was snow on the ground. And Brother Walt come over and he started to put her rubbers on. I said, hey, wait a minute. I brought her here. I'm putting her rubbers on. I got jealous. Boy, when I said that, he backed off right away quick. I put her rubbers. I'm gonna let him do it. He had girlfriends. He had Robinson girl. He had girlfriends. And I didn't have no girlfriend. It's my first girlfriend. I'm gonna let him put her rubbers on? Oh no.
So how long did you date before you got married?
We dated let's see, wait a minute, 5 months. Got engaged. I bought her a ring. I had money saved up then. I was 20. I had $900 saved up in the bank, and I went down Monkey Ward and I bought a ring for $100. Nice diamond ring. 2 little diamonds on the side. The guy picked it out with the tweezers and put them little diamonds in and fixed it all up for me, you know. And got engaged. Yeah, 5 months we got engaged. 3 more months we were married. June the 15th, 1930. And bought that old farmhouse for $2,000 and 40 acres of land. And I let my father use the whole 40 acres. He never had no wood. We used to cut for half. If we wanted to burn 8 cords, we had to cut 16 cords. We had to cut all by half. I let my father cut my wood. I only had 2 open acres by the house there. I used to plant that all with gardens, strawberries, raspberries, and peddle them out around the Burden Lake. And I had a little, down Rensselaer, I had people that gave orders when I had broilers to sell and eggs to sell and vegetables. And I had a little thing going around there too, and made good money. And during the Depression, people going to the poorhouse in West Sand Lake, they didn't have no garden. They were in the village. Some of them, they were getting a ton of coal, and getting pork, and getting flour, and bacon, and all this. Ossie didn't need that. My wife had about 400 or 500 quarts of stuff down in the cellar, berries, and even chicken canned them, and everything, vegetables and all that. We wanted to get some, just go down the cellar and get it. Then I always had a cow and some pigs, chickens. And if I want to work overtime, I teach my wife how to milk the cow. And she fed the chickens and the pigs, and I could work a double or overtime, and I always could do it. I come home, everything was done. She loved to do it. She loved to work out in the garden. She liked to do all that stuff, you know. And that was good. That's how we got along good, you know. And I give the land, I told you the first separator my mother bought was a mulatto. Wasn't any good no more. I had a DeLavo, that was a famous separator up in my house. I gave her that. I didn't need that. And I had a wagon, I gave my father that. I had a Syracuse plow, they were the best plows, I gave him that. And I had a double set of harness. That farmer left all that in that house, that old farmer, so he didn't need it anymore. And I gave him that. I gave him a corn sheller. All that stuff, I gave him all the wood he wanted to cut. And the lands to plow up. And that side of the road was 38 acres, and I had 2 acres where I planted the garden and berries and stuff. Gee, it worked out swell, say. And so that worked all right. So what else was I going to say after that? Could you think of anything else you wanted to tell me? Oh, about that separator. I gave her that D-level separator. She's glad to get that, you know. And they pastured all her cows on my land, plant oats and plant alfalfa, and I gave them all that to use, my mother. But I owed her $500 for quite a while. When I bought that farm, I paid $2,000. I told you I had $900 and spent on the ring and other things, you know. And she said I paid $2,000 was for that old farmhouse, see. So I borrowed $500 from my mother, $500 from Wall, my oldest brother, see. And then she said paid Wall off first. So I got a job in the Ford plant, $35 a week. Gee, didn't take me too many years. I paid Wall off first, like she told me. But then, after I got laid off in the Ford plant, when the $30,000 back in that mill for $16 a week, then I couldn't pay her off for a long time. And that bothered me, you know. She wanted me to give her the rest of the farm for $500, and I wouldn't have to pay her anymore. Gee, Ma, I says, I can't do that. I maybe will need it after. I says, what do you need? What do you want it for? I says, you got it now. You got it now. You're using all the land, you're using the wood. And they give you all the harness and the wagon and all this stuff, separators and everything. And then I says, I had a nice heifer, and I was raising it down there and feeding it grain and paying for it and everything. And Pa sold the heifer on me for $50 to some butcher because it was the fattest heifer were down there. Well, she said, I take that $50 off. But I said, what do you need? You got everything. Well, she says, maybe one of the boys will want it. Well, gee, that hit me. I says, I'm one of your boys. I'm one of your boys, Ma, don't forget that. And I says, I'll get the money, I'll pay you. And I did, I paid her off. Took a little while, but it bothered me and Millie, though, because I bought 2 dresses in Stanley's one time for $1, house dresses. Millie, we used to walk down there and pick strawberries, and Pa would pay her like he paid everybody else, 3 cents a quart or 5 cents a quart for picking them. And there were raspberries too, they had some. Millie used to walk down. Millie walked down with a new dress one day. And 2 I bought for $1 down Stanley's. Nice flowers on them, like, and it was a bargain. They had a big sale. And my mother says, "You shouldn't wear that dress like that." She says, "Ossie bought it for me for 50 cents a piece, $1. She said, "I'm going to wear it." I says, "That's right, Millie, you're totally right." And I bought my children some fruit like bananas or orange or something. You should buy them that, because we never had that. We never had no candy or oranges or bananas like that. We never had that when we were kids. Hell no. The only time we got any candy was my uncle, her brother, brought out. He was a bachelor for, he never got married. He used to bring out a pound box of candy from Manry's chocolates. Then that's the only time we had candy. He bought it for her, and she'd give us some of that. And Pa, a couple of times he brought these nickel wafers. He used to get them like that. We call them wafers. They were rolled up, you know. He used to get them for a nickel a package. All different peppermints and liquids and that. And then Pa would buy them. Sometimes he did that. That's about all the candy we ever got. And never seen no bananas or oranges they brought.
How did your parents like Millie? How did your parents like your wife?
My mother said one time that I think she liked Millie pretty good, and I liked my mother for this. When my mother first heard about it, I told my mother, I said, "I'm going to get married." She was so happy to get married and get away from the arguments and everything. I was the first one stepped out to 2 older brothers. Walt, poor Walt, they figured the oldest brothers, but they always figured the older brother was supposed to take care of the parents. He didn't get married, he was 40. I got married when I was 20. But Ma, what was I going to say now before that? Ma.
I asked you how they got along.
Yeah, well, my mother liked Millie already, but she liked the wrong one that could fool her. Was the one I left in my house. That was my brother Joe and his wife. She liked her better, and she was awful. And Millie couldn't understand it neither.
How come?
Because she was a good talker and a big liar.
Oh, sure.
Oh, she lied to my brother Joe.
Where is she now?
She's in Eden's nursing home with Alzheimer's disease. She don't know nobody or nothing. She had 5 boyfriends one time, and Joe worked in Adirondack Steel hard, and she used to take his money and spend it on her boyfriends. And Joe was bad enough to. Him and I bought that first car. I told you we paid $300 for it before I was married. At 1929 Ford. $300. It was just like a new car, good running car. I bought it used from Bumstead's. And we bought that car together. And he never could drive. And I used to drive him all over, and we had a lot of fun together. And then, I had it about a year, that car. And I said, Joe would never learn how to drive it, you know. I says, well, Joe, I says, you want the car, you can pay $150. We paid $300 for it. Indeed, we're at $150 now, maybe. We've had it a year, but we'll say $300. You give me $300, you give me $150 for it, you can have it. But he said, I can't drive it, rather you buy it. Well, I says, I ain't got the $150 now, but I'll give it to you. So he got married a year after me. Didn't have no place to go. Ma and Joe, they said, okay, we live up in, how about your house? I had upstairs, see. Bedrooms upstairs and the kitchen upstairs, see. They used to have the school teacher live there. In this old farmhouse I fixed up. So, yes, okay. So, we dicker now how much a month? We decided on $4 a month.
That's good.
$4 a month. And I had a brand new table bought in Monkey Ward's, 4 chairs, and a table. We were going to paint them. They were never painted. Bought them unpainted, see. And then bought them just before that, you know. and they had the bed up there, double bed, nice brass double bed, and a table and 4 chairs. And we had one child at Tootsie. So, well, how long will that be to pay up to 150? We figured, I think it was 4 years, or what was it, 4 years or something like that. Anyway, they lived out to $150, $4 a month for I think it was about 4 years or 5 years, something like that. I forgot. So everything was good, but I made they used to fight and argue. 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes he'd come home. Sometimes, and I went upstairs. I said, "Gee whiz, we got to sleep here." We had a couple kids in, 2 small ones in, I guess, and she was going out telling me she was working somewhere. She never worked nowhere. Couldn't show him no money where she worked. And he used to take me to that house. They owe me some money. Joe, take her there. She come out. No, they won't pay me. Won't pay me. She said, "Oh, what a liar." And when she wanted to go down to get the bus, she borrowed money from my wife and walked down to West Sand Lake and get the bus and go down to the library or go somewhere. They said they didn't know what she was doing. And one time, Joe says, "Gee whiz." He says, "You ain't got no money. You here, you're working, you don't get no money." He says, and so one time you know what she did? She stole her husband's, her father's bank book. Joe was on the dumb side. See? And I was upstairs, and they were arguing about something. And Joe says, "She's got money." He says, "She's got a lot of money." Joe says, "Look it." He showed me the bank book. I looked at the bank book, to see what the name was. Antoinette. Tony Antoinette. Who's that? That's her father. His father's bank book. Joe says, "Is that right?" "Well," she said, "I wanted to show you it's the money." Then it wasn't hers. He had to take it back. Her father. Gee, but she was awful. She married this guy down in Troy. He was a bartender and got married and went down to Florida, and he died down there. And daughters had to go down and get her and bring her up here. She was sick then already. Now she's got that Alzheimer's disease. But she was always good to me, and a lot of them were blaming her and Joe. Here's what I said now. It takes 2 to tango. She was young and 16 when Joe went with her. 15 when he went with her. And always out with her all the time, And then when they got married, he went his way with Steve Wallace. All the time we're out together and come home 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Then after a while she started doing that. Then they both started doing it and fight upstairs 2 o'clock in the morning. I had to go up there. One time she had the butcher knife after him. And Joe grabbed the butcher knife about that long, and he broke it right in half like that and threw it on the floor. Snapped it right in half over his knee. He had the butcher knife after him. I said, "Look, you got to get out of here. Where are we going to go? We can't find no place." Cheapers. Did I hit it lucky? I got it out. I worked out in the mill there. Henry Hinkle lived right down there. Just get off the Gardner Road. Just on the left there's about 3, 4 houses. 2 houses there. The same price. What was it? Both of them were $2,500. $2,500. Nice houses. Both of them. You got your choice. Who told you that? Henry Hinkle. Works in the mill. He lives in one of the houses. Them 2 down by him there is for sale. Get your pick. "Yeah, but we ain't got the money." Him and Eve says. And then this is already, they already were overdue. They were paying me $4 a month then, see. It was all paid up, but I couldn't get them out of my house, see. After the $150 was paid up for rent, $4 a month. Oh, boy. I says, "How about borrowed money?" I says, "Maybe Walt lend you some." trying to get them out the best I can. Two nice houses, you never get this chance again. And no, I think it was 1,500. 1,500 a piece, or 2,500. I forget now. I think it was 1,500 only. And anyway, Walt lent them some money, and they bought it. And then they come down with a truck, and I gave them both, Joe and her both, orders. Look at this table and 4 chairs. I bought them brand new. And that bed there, that stays here. When you move, you can use them. Use anything that's up there upstairs. There's other things. But the bed and then table there, I says, I want that. I need that. That stays. They brought a truck up. Joe wasn't there. He was there, and they were bringing it down the stairs. Millie stepped out the kitchen. She says, didn't you hear what Ossie said? You remember what he said? That chair and bed, table stay there. Well, they broke 2 chairs. They broke 2 chairs. There's only 2 chairs left. And the bed wouldn't, and the mattress wouldn't no good. But she says, yeah, I know he said that. But she said they don't go. They had to carry something back up again. No, he said, I forget what was, the bed or the table. And you know what? My mother heard of this. My mother says that was mean. She says you could have let them have the bed and the table and chairs. And my Aunt Mary gave them a bed. My Aunt Mary did. She lived up near where they moved, that only a little ways from there, about 4 houses from there, and she gave them a bed, and she gave them some other things. My Aunt Mary did. She was living by herself and didn't need it. Say, that was all right. And then my mother said, I charge them too much money, $4 a month. Ain't that something?
Yeah.
And then this was another thing she did on Millie. My mother was supposed to give us milk, the skim milk. She wouldn't give us the good milk. She took the cream off of that, you know. So give us the skim milk. That's only like water. The cream is taken out with the separator. So we used to give that to the calves or the pigs after. So she'd give us that free, and the boys on the way to school, my brothers had to go by my house. And they'd bring the milk up for us. And she was upstairs, and she see them coming way down the road. She was Eva, Joe's wife. She run out bare feet and grabbed that milk. And our kids didn't have no milk. She did that so many times. And my mother liked her. My mother liked her. Because she had a good gift of gab. Ain't that something? And there Millie was so wonderful with my mother and everything, and my mother seemed to think more of that Eve. So I went and got my milk from the neighbor down below. Jesus, good milk. Cream on it and everything. Oh, good. And only 10 cents a quart. She was giving them skim milk and couldn't, if I buy them a couple of oranges or bananas and she heard about it, oh, shit. But Ma was always good, though. I did a lot. Well, I did a lot for Ma. Oh, when I started doing a lot for Ma, I'll tell you about this now. Have you got time? Walt, when he got married, moved down to Burton Lake, where he lives right now. Bought that camp, fixed it up in year-round. Richie bought one next to him, fixed it up for year-round. And they're their winter homes now. That was good. Tommy bought one, then sold that, and then they built a new one up there. But this Walt there, he used to always have to, he wasted all a good many years carting Ma's brother around, Uncle John. He lived in the Alvarado in Troy, a grill, lived in that grill upstairs, that Alvarado grill. And when he wanted to come out, and Walt would pick him up and bring him out. Pa and him and Uncle Mike, the 3 of them, they go over to Maple Grove, drink beer for hours, when Walt had his Saturdays and Sundays off, he wanted to spend them maybe with us or, you know, or something. He had to take them. Then he had to take Ma down peddling all the time with the car too, see? And then he always had to get their groceries for him and all this, and he did so much for him. And he didn't get married for so long because he figured he had to look after them and all this, and I felt sorry for him, and I couldn't do nothing about it. And then when he was driving the car, working in the mill and everything, and we worked in the mill, I told you, go back to that now, for 5.5 days for 15, $16, $18, like that. And then, so we'd only went up to the movies, I told you before, I don't know if it was on this tape when your battery went bad there or not. And so Friday nights, we'd go up there, take showers. We didn't have to take them every Saturday in a wash tub, and everything was beautiful, the showers. And then the shows upstairs was only 20 and 25 for a good picture. And we loved that, to go up Friday and meet some of our friends up there. So when Pa was working in the foundry, sometimes he didn't come home for a couple of weeks or more in the winter time, but in the summertime he'd come home every 2 weeks maybe. And we took care of, Walt was the boss and Ma, and told us what to do. We all had our chores to do and everything. And everything worked now beautiful, no arguments or nothing. And then when Pa's home, Ma, can we go to movies? Yeah, I'll go. When Pa's home, she said, you gotta ask Pa. Yes, I says, well, I gotta ask Pa. I know it's no use asking. Just say no. So I says, Walt, I said, geez, you're driving the car, working in the mill, doing all this, running around with the car, spend all your Sundays and Saturdays and everything. And I says, ain't you going to movies? No, he says, you gotta find out what Pa wants. I said, I know what it is. So, geez, it was a good picture. I can remember today yet. Pa, good picture tonight, Friday night. Quarter. What picture's that? The Covered Wagon. That was the name of it, The Covered Wagon. He says, you went last week. Just like that. I says, yeah, but Pa, this is a special good picture, Western picture. You know how you used to like Western pictures? You used to talk about them all the time. Well, that'll be around some other time. So I got a little sassy. I says, sure, it'll be around some other time. Maybe next year, maybe 2 years from now. But we want to go tonight. I told you to stay home. You went last week. Oh boy, that got me. I was a fresh one. Walt and Joe wasn't a starter. I was a starter all the time. No matter was somebody bothered, I'd butt right in. You keep off there, or you're going to get you a snark. I was always the one. So I says, Walt, you go in? You can go. We can't. We stay home. You drive the car, and you're driving them all over. You have the privilege of going. You wouldn't go. Walt was timid. Ain't that awful? You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
And all the time he spent, wasted Sundays and everything, and we're out fishing and swimming. We are. Jesus, so I says, well, Joe, we got to do something about this. Okay. Alec Walls had an old car. I said, you gonna pick us up next Friday? We're going up to movies. Alec says, yeah, I'll be up to your house. We come up. Walt, you going? And Walt didn't go. We stepped in Alec's car. He took us up to movies. We come home. We couldn't get in the house. We got in the outside cellar doors, a door on the outside. We got in that one. And we go up the hall stairs. We had a knife. And there's a latch on the door. It goes, just drops, a thumb on it. You lift it up and it drops right in the slot. And the door's locked. We got the knife in there, lifted up, sneaked upstairs, nice and easy, got in bed, didn't hear no noise or nothing. Next morning, ate our breakfast, put on our clothes, and went up. Paul picked us up. We went up. Paul drove the old Ford up. We went up Fate Mills and did our job. Come home, worked all week. Come next week, we went again. Walt went the next week, I guess, when Pa wasn't home then. And we all went. If he didn't go, we'd went with Alec Wallace again. We would have. So we went up again. And nobody ever said nothing after that. He didn't say nothing after that. We won every damn time when we wanted to. Joe and he didn't say nothing. He was funny. His father was funny, say. I can tell you some stories about him some other time.
Tomorrow.
Yes. So I'll maybe make this one short. And so here's the other one. I told you how funny he was. Well, you wore ear lappers, Dad, in the wintertime. He says, I told you, put them damn things up. Here he come. He wouldn't let you put your ear, even when it was 20 below zero, he wouldn't let you put your ear lappers down. We had cat fur in them, or rabbit fur. Oh, gee, they kept your ears nice and warm, you know. Put them goddamn ear lappers up. And I didn't say nothing. Next time, again, he'd come up and give you a boot behind her. Put your damn ear lappers up. Then we used to go over in the woods to cut wood, and my feet got cold. Park in the bill of fire, way back in the woods a mile, cutting from some neighbors, you know. In the bill of fire, hell no, stomp around. I couldn't get my feet warm. I tried to jump around and make them warm. I couldn't. It must have been 5, 6 years after I was married. The skin would sometimes peel off my big toes, 2 big toes all the time. And they'd always get cold, freeze quick, them 2 big toes. Oh, I had awful trouble with them, even ingrown toenails on them and everything. Just because he wouldn't let me build a fire there, that's the way he was. And one day I was walking to school. I had to walk down from the house, you know, where the old farmhouse is there. Just walk down the hill there, and I just get down by the well, and he's standing up there like this, with his arms folded. He says, don't walk so goddamn bow-legged. I says, I ain't trying to walk bow-legged. Straighten up, don't walk so damn bow-legged. We hollered at him. See, I went on about a week after, the same thing again. Don't walk so damn bow-legged. I told you before. Jesus, twice. Oh boy. And I said, way up, walking up to that school, I says, I gotta get something to say to him. I'm always a thinker, you know. And next time, the third time, even if anybody got rough with me, I'd always wait for the second or third time. I did that in every place I worked in. I always made out good. I always came out on top. I can always say that I came out on top, and I'm entangled with some tough ones. And they were my friends after. They come out hunting and fishing with me. We were my friends, but if I had to put them in their place, I'll tell you someday how I put that other guy in the place that I threw a slipper over me. He did some damage on my other job there, and I fixed him. Tough Joe Elias, tough head, hard head from Amsterdam, boxer and wrestler. I put him in his place. So anyway, getting back on this, my father said it the third time. And I had it all set. I told you before, though, straight up, don't walk so damn bow-legged. My father was bow-legged. Oh, he was awful bow-legged. A lot more than me. I'm bow-legged, but he was a lot bow-legged than me. I turned around when he said that. I says, Pa, what? I says, you know, if that carriage wasn't so damn small that you always had me in, I wouldn't be so damn bow-legged. Jesus, boy, he come after me, running after me, but I could run like a rabbit. I run up ahead, stopped up on the top of the hill there, and turned around and looked at him. He turned around and went back to the house. That was the last time Pa ever said, don't walk so damn bow-legged. That cured him. That was that. Wasn't I right, though?
Yeah.
What would you do? But I always had this in me. Father, I never would hit my father. Oh, felt like a lot. So that's why I wouldn't argue him. My 2 older brothers arguing. You know why I didn't argue him? If he wanted to do it wrong, I help them do it wrong. I wouldn't tell them it ain't right, Pa. That ain't the way to do it. I keep my mouth shut. That's why I was glad to get married to her. I didn't like arguments. Never liked arguments. Still don't. And I never liked anybody picking on an underdog. Never liked that. See? So that's enough for tonight, is it, honey?
Go.
You want to hear, Benita, about my grandfather?
Yep.
And we lived in Watervliet, and we used to come out on his farm, and right on his farm is right out here, not far from West Sand Lake, and I got a cousin, Harold Carl, is on that farm where my grandfather last lived, except when he went up and got a job up Oakwood Cemetery and mowed lawns and stuff up there, and he had an apartment in Troy, and that's where he died when he was 79. But on that farm there, we'd come out when we were kids during school vacation. My father would bring us out there and leave us out there and helped him around the garden and all that. And he just mostly always talked German. See, we got so we could understand a little bit of it, but not too much. And he always had a big beard as long as I've known him. When I was a small kid, 9, 10, 11 years old, he always had a big beard. And I asked my father why, and he says when he was over in the old country, he was in the German army, and he got scarred up, and his face was pretty well scarred up, and he always let that beard grow and covered the scars up. But he was a nice gentleman. Everybody liked him a lot, but he had some awful mean streaks in him sometimes. And I know when I went out and see him one time, he got awful mad at me when I was a kid, and he took some lard. He said, "Are you hungry?" I said, "Yeah." He took some lard and spread it on a slice of bread for some of his kids there, and put a little salt on, sprinkle salt on. And he give me one, and boy, I couldn't eat that, you know. And I went in the outhouse there and took a couple bites out and threw it away, and he knew I did it, and he found out. And boy, he give me heck. He says, "You can go hungry from now on." He says, "I won't give him nothing." Anyway, he used to, he had, I guess I named them all off, I don't forgot now or not. He had 4 daughters, and my father was the son, was the oldest one. My father was a year and a half old when his mother and father brought him over from Germany. My father was a year and a half old. But to hear him talk about Germany, you'd think he lived there all his life, because his German friends told him so much about Germany, he believed all that, which was a lot of bunk, and I told him one time when I got older. And so he used to go down peddling with the horse and wagon. He'd come home dark, and he'd come home drunk sometimes, and no money for the eggs and the butter and or vegetables, whatever he had, and the kids were hungry, and his wife too, and he didn't care much. And so anyway, my father got wise to him. My father told me when he was a young lad there that he had always stuff in the smokehouse, and he had a big ham in there, and every time he cut off some for himself, he notched it with a knife, put notches where he took the last slice off. And my father found out, and my father used to go in the smokehouse, and when they wanted, his mother and the sisters wanted something to eat, he'd go in the smokehouse and he'd cut a few slices off and notched it again. He says, his father, one time he said, "That darn ham in the smokehouse is going down awful fast." He got wise, it was going down, but he didn't know why. So one time he come home drunk, and he got in a fight with his wife there, and he dragged her out of the house and pushed her down in the well. It was an outside well there, maybe 15, 20 feet deep. They had them dug wells there, or I don't know how deep, maybe 12 feet deep. It was only a little ways from the house, about maybe 15 or 20 feet. And they used to pull water up with it with a pail, you know, and a rope. Didn't even have no pump on, just a cover on it. He pulled that cover over and tried to push her down that well, and she was hanging on his beard, and she was screaming, and one or two of the daughters ran out the house. I heard her, and they pushed him away, and they grabbed a hold of their mother and pulled her back up out the well there. And then they got her in the house, and that was the end of that there. Then one time after that, he got mad at her, and he had a big coffee cup. And he threw that and hit her in the head and cut her head. He threw it so hard it split her head open in the forehead somewhere there. And the daughters wanted to get the doctor, and one of them, I think he wouldn't let her take the horse and go down. She ran down about a mile and a half to West Sand Lake to the doctor. The doctor come up, and he wouldn't let the doctor in the house. He took the shotgun out there, and he wouldn't let the doctor go in the house. And so the daughters had to take care of their mother's head, where the cup split her head there, heal that up. That was the end of that. Oh, but people liked him. They had a sick cow, or a sick horse, they called him, or a horse having a colt, or a cow having a calf. They always called him, and he was good on helping like that. And if a horse broke its leg or couldn't get up or something, he'd take his big knife and grab the horse by the nostrils with one hand and cut its throat with the other hand. And I see him a couple times when he was butchering a cow, skinning the cow out and butchering it right in the barn there. And there was a certain piece of meat that he liked, and he'd cut a piece off for himself and eat it raw.
Oh.
And my father says that's why he had tapeworms. He had a lot of big tapeworms all the time, bothered him. Because he ate that raw meat every once in a while. There was a certain piece on that he'd like to eat. But he was a tough old man. Everybody said so. I think I mentioned how he used to empty the outhouses down the village and put them up on a farm and made the vegetables grow. Didn't I tell that before? Then he worked in West Sand Lake Mill, 50 cents a day, my father told me. And way back, and my father worked there after. Later on he got $1.50 a day. West Sand Lake was a knitting mill and a clothing mill where they made underwear and stuff like that. And I worked in Ava Park Mill, and that was a knitting mill there too. I got $15 a week and $16 a week up in Ava Park knitting mill, Fate Mills there. And then they sent me down to West Sand Lake when they didn't have no work, to West Sand Lake Mill, and I worked there for a while. And who was there? Mr. Pratt, Al Pratt, and he knew my grandfather. He was pretty old. He was a supervisor down there, and he talked to me. He says, "Ossie, I've been watching you. You're a strong boy. I see you carrying them big sheets of wool and stuff on bags on your shoulder and walking away like nothing. But," he says, "I want to tell you one thing. You're a strong boy, but you're not as strong as your grandfather. He was a powerful man." I says, "Yeah, I know that. Everybody tells me that. They tell me how he shook Art Shaver's hand, squeezed it, he went right down on his knees." I heard all stories about him, how he lifted a horse up when it fell down in Spring Avenue Hill there. He used to live on Spring Avenue Hill. He owned about half of Spring Avenue one time. He got right under that horse and lifted him right up with his back, braced himself and lifted the horse right up. And people told me them stories, and I really didn't believe all of them. But, gee, I heard them so many times, and they said they were true.
What was your grandfather's name?
My grandfather was named after me, Oswald. My name is Ossie Biittig, and I hated that name. And when I got a job anywhere, I says, "Call me Ossie." So they all call me Ossie. My name is Ossie Biittig now. I don't go by Oswald Biittig. My name is Oswald Michael Biittig. But my grandfather's name was Oswald, but they called him Oscar and Oscar and like that, Oscar. And some of them some German fellows, when I worked on the road when I was 16, 17 years old, they called me Oscar. Don't call me Oscar, just call me Ossie. So I'm known as Ossie all over. I says, and I didn't like that Oscar name.
When was your grandfather born? Do you know?
He was born over in Germany.
When?
He come over when my father was about a year and a half old. And his mother.
Do you know what year your grandfather was born?
My
Do you know what year your grandfather was born?
No, I don't know what year he was born. And anyway, he died when he was 79. My mother and father died. My mother always wanted to outlive my father so she could look after him. He was crippled up with arthritis, but she died when she was 80, and my father died when he was 81, so he outlived her a little bit. And they're both buried right down here in West Sand Lake Cemetery. Both of them. My brother Joe, he died. He was 2 years younger than me. He died of that emphysema and bronchitis, worked in Adirondack Steel and got his lungs full of dust. And the doctor told me I would die like him if I didn't go to Arizona, but I said I want to get in the hospital and have my lungs cleaned out, and I did. That was 18 and a half years ago, and I've been out to steel mill, Allegheny Ludlam Steel, they call it Altech now. But that's the only thing saved me. I couldn't breathe or nothing, and they cleaned my lungs out, tied me down, cleaned both lungs out. And the doctor, Pembroke says, good thing you said you never smoked. I said, that's right. He says, if it wasn't for that, he says, you never would have made it probably. He says, everything looks good. I said, what do you mean everything looks good? I put a light down there and everything looks clean now. And then I got out, right here where I live now, I used to go out and back my place and take deep breaths and go up on the hill and get fresh air. In about 6-8 months, I was better than I had been in 10 years. I always had that cigarette cough, but I never smoked a cigarette. It was steel dust cough up a lot of phlegm and stuff, and didn't think I'd ever live that long. I used to pray that I'd hope I'd live 5 years after I retire. And here I'm living 18 years after I retired. But I went through hell. Yeah. And I should have been dead about at least 4 or 5 times that I can think of. I'll probably get that later on. I think Benita wants me to tell something about the older times first. Now I'll get that later on sometime.
What's your grandmother's name?
My grandmother's name was, let's see now, gee, I think I forgot now what it was, Marie or Mary. My father had 4 sisters. I think I told you their names. My father was the oldest. His was Walter, and he used to call him Waltermore. And he raised a colt. A colt they would have races down here in West Sand Lake, where the school is there, and they had a nice colt there. My father always took care of it, and it won blue ribbons. And then he called that horse, my grandfather called that horse Waltermore. Waltermore. My father's name was Walter, and I got my oldest brother's Walter. And I'm the one that's named after my grandfather, Oswald.
You didn't name your father's children. What was your no, let's say your grandfather's children.
My grandfather's children, yeah. The girl, my father was the oldest, Walter, and then there was Olga. She was the oldest daughter, and then there was Frida, and then there was Mary. And then there was Bertha, the youngest one. That's her son. That's now down on my grandfather's farm. Right down on 150. And that 150, that land, my grandfather had about 100 acres and ran right up to my father, bought this farm next to my grandfather. And that joined my father's land. And my land, where I bought 40 acres, and it's on the Biittig Road too. My father's is on the Biittig Road. The old place is there now, but they don't own it anymore. They sold it. And that joined my land. I had 40 acres. So we had my grandfather, my father, and me. All our land joined right together. And that's where I really am now on a piece of it, where I used to bring the cows in when I was a kid, and where I worked in the fields. planting corn and everything. And back here, and I'm happy where I am, and I love it out here. And a lot of people is moving out here now. They're getting out in the cities, and oh, there's too many houses getting up around out here now, and they're building all over and paying an awful high price for the land. I sold 25 acres of mine for $2,500, $100 an acre. And I bought the first new car I ever had, a '54 Chevy. Went down to Bumstead and bought it, and I only had to put in $50 more. I got $2,500 for the land, and I put in $50 more and down to Bumstead and got a nice sedan Chevy. That was nice. First Power Glide hand shift. They had a shift right on the hand. They call it a Power Glide shift. That was beautiful. That was a nice car. I had a long time. '54 Chevy. The only first new car I ever had. Now I got my second new car. Be 3 years ago now. I have a little Plymouth Reliant. I love that little station wagon. So then, like I say, we come out and we helped them in the fields and stuff during our vacation, and we went back to the city. And he talked German a lot. We picked up a lot of German words. But after we bought the farm out here, my mother said to us, she says, "You don't have to learn German." She says, "You're born in this country, and that's all that's necessary. English, but when they had friends there, they'd come out, and my father had a lot of German friends that come out and drink cider and play pinochle, and like that, and they talked German, but we didn't hang around the house to listen to them, so we had to go when Pa wanted another pitcher of hard cider, go down the cellar and bring them up a pitcher so they could talk and play cards again. and we'd go out in the fields and plant our potatoes and corn and all this, and my mother and my brother Walt, they were the boss when my father worked in the foundries. He worked in the foundry in Watervliet, and then he worked in the Albany foundry in Albany, the West Side foundry, molding, making parts for stoves and lampposts, what they used to put out for the lights to put on in the city, and mostly parts for stoves and all that, and pour hot iron. Then he got us three boys a job. We quit the mill. They wouldn't give us no more money. They'd only give us $15, $16, $18 a week, and working 5 days and a half, and so we got mad. They wouldn't give us no more, and we walked out. There was about 8 of us walked out, and me and my 2 brothers walked out, and Father got us a job down in the foundry in the Albany Troy Nickel Works, they call it, where the Albany port is now. Now it used to be big Saucony gas tanks there now. I think they're there yet, but the foundry's all gone now, and it's right by the Hudson River there where the Albany port is. And then that went on a bun. They shut that down, and then we went in well, anyway, it was good in the foundry. I liked it there. We made, instead of $15, $16, $18 a week, we made I don't know if it was on or not. I got it or not, do you? You don't know how you maybe missed more than that.
No, I think it's just a couple minutes. 'Cause I remember looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
Just a couple minutes.
A couple of minutes, I could have said quite a lot though. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So I don't know what do I start on now?
You want to talk about the ant?
Gee, maybe it'll be double on it. I don't know.
Don't worry about it, because we can always erase it.
No. Well, anyway, we liked it in that foundry there. We left the Fate Mills for $15, $16 a week, and we went down there. We was making 20 and 25 and 30 down the foundry, helping my father and helping the molders down there, and we liked that. Until that ant got in my ear there and drove me almost crazy, and they flushed him out with water. And then after a while, the foundry went on a bum. They closed it up, and we were all out of job again. And so we left the foundry. We thought we had to go back in that Fate Mills again for $15, $16 a week, but we didn't. They had a dredge, big dredge, Great Lakes Dredging Company. They moved in right down where that foundry and the Albany port is now there, and Saccone plant, it was there and all that now, but there wasn't no port there then. And they had a Great Lakes Dredging Company come up from down south, and they were digging this river deeper so they could have boats come up and put a port there. And finally they got a grain elevator and a big port there, and that, after digging the Hudson River deeper, took quite a while. Then boats were coming in from other countries all over, and we were shipping grain to other countries too. And but they only had that dredge there in the summertime when there was no ice, so they could work. So my two brothers and I went down to get a job on that dredge there, and I was only about, well, I went up to the mill, I was 15, I only worked there about 6, 7 months, then went down to the foundry and worked there about a year. So I was only, about 17 something. And my two older brothers, I said, you guys go over, and they went over on the dredge, my two older brothers. You had to walk a plank to get on that big dredge. There's pontoons, and a plank about 12 inches wide on top of these pontoons, and a rope here and there where you could hang on and walk over. It was out about almost in the middle of the river, but mostly over on the Albany side. After a while, they were pumping all the dirt on the Albany side, filling in all over on that side. And when they got that filled in, the dredge moved over on the Rensselaer side a little and pumped all the dirt over on the Rensselaer side and filled in that, and then they moved up again. So anyway, my two brothers went over there, and they got a job on the shore where they were pumping the dirt from the dredge over on the shore where they made the Albany port. They filled in all that sand, they pumped right over. They had a great big pump in the bottom of the dredge and inside, and that pumped stones, small stones, and like gravel and everything over on the Albany side. And so my two brothers went over there, and to one brother, they had a job for him on land. And the other brother, they told him, my brother Joe, he's two years older than me, and he didn't like height or nothing. I used to climb pine trees and everything, and I didn't mind. I used to climb up crow's nest, hawk's nest. I used to love to climb trees. And my brother Joe couldn't climb, and here's a one-eyed Captain Perry there. And he says to Joe, he says, you want a job here? Here's a rag, and it's got some polish on it, some stuff on it, to clean that globe up there. There's a big lens up there and a bulb in the center, and there's steel straps on a big boom going way up there. He says, you take this rag and this bulb. The bulb is burned out, and clean that big lens there out good, and then put that bulb in. And my brother Joe looked up there and he says, I can't do that. I can't climb up there. Well, he says, the one-eyed Captain Perry says, well, they ain't no damn good on this boat. That's all I can tell you. So he got a job on the shore. So I had two brothers worked on the shore. They loved that. We used to work nights and different shifts. They used that dredge kept on all night long, 3 shifts. And over on shore, 3 shifts. They had to take care of the dirt. When the dirt filled up on the shore, they'd add another pipe. Then they sat down and wait. When that filled up, add another pipe and like that. And they loved that, you know. That was all right. So my brother come back. I can't get the job. I can't climb. Ossie, you like to climb, my brother Joe says. I went over. Captain Perry says they used to get us mixed up, me and Joe. They thought we were twins or something. They always get us mixed up. He said, you were just over here. No, that was my brother Joe. He can't climb. I says, what do you want to? He said, showed me what? He says, here, take that rag and that bulb and clean that out. Go up. I scrambled up that damn thing, and screwed that bulb out, put another bulb in, come right down. And well, he says, you got another test to make yet. You're not hired yet. He was a tough captain. A one-eyed Perry. He got his eye knocked out down in Florida, somewhere down south on the dredge there. Got in a fight with a deckhand. Deckhand knocked his eye out with something. And boy, he was tough and mean too, that Captain Perry. Maybe he deserved it. I don't know. So anyway, he said, come on with me. They went over on the other side of the dredge. They had a big, like a manhole cover. Bolts all around. They have to cover all off, and all these bolts laying there. And there was 2 guys standing there, plumber, and one of them was like a boss there. And the captain says, show him what to do, what you want to do. Captain Perry said. So that plumber there says he had a big Stilson wrench in his pipe wrench, you'd call it. Big long pipe wrench in his hand. He says, pick up that other pipe wrench here. He says, follow me. So he climbed down the ladder. There's a steel ladder where he goes down in the hole there where the man covered. Go down in that hole. Well, I had to put boots on. The other guy took his boots off. He didn't want no more of that. And I put his boots on and went down there with the plumber that had the wrench and went down there. So we had to step in a lot of oil. There's pipes leaking down there, oil pipes. And fumes down there. I didn't bother me or nothing right away first, but I know there was a lot of fumes there, oil fumes and stuff. And pipe leaking, oil leaking out there. It must have been about 5-6 inches of it. So we went down and he held a pipe, and he told me to pull on it and loosen it, you know, and he held it, and then we got that pipe loosened up pretty good. He says, how you feel? I says, I feel all right. He said, let's go up. So we climbed back up the hole from the bottom of the dredge. We're way down the bottom and the inside. Climbed back up the ladder out the main hole, and he says, get a little fresh air. Leaning over the rail, we got a little fresh air, and there was one guy up there, he was looking yet, you know. He must have got blacked out from that fumes or something. So then he says, let's go down again. So we went down again, we worked a little while. We got that pipe off. And then we had to take another good pipe down and put that one on. We didn't have it all on. He says, let's go up again. And we went up again. He didn't tell me why, he just went up, you know, again. And waited a little while. He says, okay, let's go down again. Went down again. And he said, how do you feel? I says, all right. And we finally just made that other pipe on and went up again. And we got it all fixed up, and them guys up there, they put the manhole cover on and tightened all them bolts up. Got it all set, all fixed. Put the new pipe in there and got the bad one out that busted, you know. And so he went away. And I says to the guy, he says, what the hell's the matter with him? Let's get down. We worked there a little while, let's go up. And how do you feel? And then he asked me if I smoke. He said, do you smoke? I said, no. Good. Come on down. And then I says, and then he asked me if I smoke. I said, what's the matter with that guy? I was young then. I was only 16 or 16 and a half, you know, something like that. Say about 16 and a half or something. About 16 and a half, I guess. What's the matter with him? He says, well, Jesus, you ever lit a cigarette down there, you'd blow the whole damn dredge up. All them fumes down there. He says one guy blacked out. He couldn't stand it down there. Another one didn't like it, and he come up out of there. And I says, it didn't bother me too much. But I smelled the oily fumes. But if you ever light a cigarette, he says, yeah, that's why you asked if you smoke. I says, no, I never smoke. So, well, we got that done. And so then the captain, he told the captain what I did and everything. The captain asked him. Captain hired me. So I was deckhand. It was 3 ships. Every mate had 3 deckhands to help them. And in the daytime, we had to put all the lanterns out. They had them anchored out so the dredge would know how to go at night, to follow a straight line. See, when they're digging, there's a leader man way up on top. He's way up on a little, like a little closed-in office, and way up on top, the dredge, the little square office where he looks out. He can look way down out along the river, and he watched them lanterns. We had to clean lanterns and fill them up with kerosene and lanterns, but they locked up tight and so no water or rain get in them. And they put them out on them floats, the anchor down on the bottom of the river, and they stayed right there, and they had wooden posts on top, and they had hooks there, and so you could put them on and they wouldn't blow off, and had to fix them on so they wouldn't blow off or anything. And the leaderman, they called him the leaderman, he worked all them levels up there digging, and he had to know how deep he was digging and all this. He had all kinds of instruments up there, like a big airplane, you know. And he followed at night, he had to watch them lanterns. In the daytime, he didn't have to. And we had a lot of lanterns that clean, quite a lot of them, clean the globes, put kerosene in them. We had 3 deckhands, and then the other deckhand be chipping paint, painting here and there. And then when you get off the day shift, then you get on the afternoon shift. Then you get off the afternoon shift, you go on a midnight shift, and then back again. Midnight shift, you didn't have much to do. You didn't have too much to do. Day shift, you had a lot of work to do. You had a tugboat there, and he'd go over shore, and he'd bring half a cow or pig meat and flour and everything in that barge. Rufus, we call him, and he'd run that barge over the shore, and hundreds of pounds of potatoes and all canned goods and everything, and put them in a big cooler. And then they had chefs there cook good meals for us. Gosh, they were beautiful meals. They feed you good. They fed us awful good. And like I say, in the afternoon and day shift, they give you plenty of work to do. Wash the decks, do this and that, and chip paint and paint here and there, and put new pontoons on. When the river moved and dug, they had to move, they had to put another big pontoon on. They had big bolts and stuff they're like a big round stovepipe. And they float. They float on the water. And then a plank on top so you could walk, and sometimes they didn't have a rope all the way across when they put new ones in, and some guys would fall in. And we'd take the barge, and we had to throw the lasso over and pull them up together and tighten them up, the bolts, and add them on, you know, like that when they moved to dredge every time. That kept us busy for a little while. And then after a while, I had a little mate there. We called him Shorty. And the other guys got on midnights. Gee, their mates wouldn't bother making them do anything hardy. They'd play cards and everything. That little mate, he'd make me chip paint at night. Lay on my back and chip paint. I had to put goggles on. The chips would fall in my eyes. And he'd always find some darn thing. He was a little shorty, we call him. And he'd always keep me busy. And the other mates were good. And the 3 mates lived in one compartment, one big bedroom. And the deckhands, they all lived in one great big room. But the 3 mates, they had their own room, just the mates. But the deckhands, there was 3, 6, 9 deckhands, 3 on every shift. So anyway, this captain, he was awful strict. No alcoholic drinks on this boat. Everybody got orders on that. Some of them come in drunk. I was on nights. I was on nights after, and they used to tell me to hide them for me. That was after when I was a mate. And Say Ossie were to hide it for me, I hide it somewhere and covered it up on a beam or somewhere, and then when they sobered up, did I give you something to hide? Yeah. I told them where it was, and they'd get it. But if the captain ever caught him with that pint bottle, they'd fire him right away. So anyway, there was a deckhand worked with me. Nice young lad. Worked with me, and we used to go over on shore once in a while, you know, and go to the stores or have a couple of drinks here or there, or go to the Zigsville Follies they had, and they had the open shows there in the south end of Albany there. They call it the Majestic. Then after they put a new name on it, and they have girl shows there and all this, and we'd go over that or go see the movies and like that. He was a nice young lad, but he wasn't there too long. He liked to drink. One day he coming up on the boat, and the one-eyed Perry stood right up on the top, up above. He had to go up these stairs. He come up, this captain's waiting right there by the stairs, Captain Perry, the one-eyed Perry. He says, I said, no drinks on this boat. Yeah, I don't have nothing. He had a white shirt on. It was summertime, it was warm. And he was drunk. And before he fell, the captain watched him, before he got up by the captain, up them stairs there, the captain waiting for him, he fell in twice off them planks. Scrambled up, got up again, walked again, fell in again. There's 2 or 3 times he fell in. He got up there, but the captain said, no drinks. I told you. He said, I didn't bring no drinks. Gee whiz, he was all wet, and here that pint bottle, he had it right in his shirt. Then it stuck right out. You could see it. I was right up there at the top of the captain. Stuck right out. Gee, the captain grabbed a hold of him. He ripped his shirt open. He took that bottle, smashed it on the rail, and threw it out. And then that deckhand, that friend of mine there, I said, was a nice young man. You son of a bitch, he said to the captain. When he said that, the captain took his fist and he smashed him right in the nose. I could hear his nose crack. Gee, the blood squirted all over. That wasn't enough. The captain took him and threw him right over the rail. The rails are about that high. The captain picked him up, that one-eyed captain, threw him right over and threw him right in the river. And Rufus is down below in that little barge boat, you know, what he brought all the stuff over with and took us out when we put new pipes on and everything. And he said, Rufus, take him over to shore. The captain hollered down. He scrambled onto that boat. Rufus helped him climb in that boat, you know, took him over to shore. About 2 weeks after, he come back to get his pay. Goodbye, Ossie. That was the last I saw of him. Jesus. So, that captain, he was a tough one. So anyway, this tough mate I had, you know, I didn't like him. We had a big pump down in the cellar where the water would, sand would go in, and this thing go around, and it would blew all that dirt. Must have been powerful, big boulders, you know, down there. And it would blow it way over the shore, about a year over across the road, you know, to shore, through them pipes, you know. And then a big rock got in there a couple times, and then wings that goes around. We had to take all these bolts all around, higher than that ceiling, and the way a big plate like this here. We had an electric hoist, and I hook it on them, and we loosen up the bolts, all loosen them up, then it's ready to come up, then we take them all off, and had to keep the hoist tight, you know. And then after, we'd tip it back, pry it back, the crowbar, and open it up so we could get that rock out of there. We'd take a hammer or something, break the rock, and the wing tightened in there, you know. You get the rock out, and then we had to push it back, pull the hoist and get it lined up, about 3 of us there, to hold it and line it up to these holes. Gee, maybe 40 bolts that's holes at, or 50, you know, and slide them in and put all these nuts right on, tighten them up with a big wrench, you know, and get them all lined up, get that all back on again, you know, and then all set. One day, he come off again, and my mate there, Shorty, the one I didn't like, he got his finger in between when we pushed it together, cut about an inch, maybe an inch and a half off of one of these fingers here. I think it was that one. Cut it right off when we pushed that back. With that one plate going against the other, you know, you cut it right off, about an inch and a half right there. Well, he went up there, we had a doctor up there, first aid, and they took him to the hospital. And that was my mate, see. So he never come back. He was gone for about 2 months. About 2 months. And he never called up, he never come back until quite a while after, I'll tell you. Well, in the meantime, this Perry, they moved him somewhere, that one eye Perry, and they got a nice captain, Captain Cole. Big stout feller, and he was nice. And he'd tell you what to do in a nice way, you know. Ossie, you think you could do that for me? Or do that, you know? And I'd unload the goods from the barge here and put the potatoes and the meat and everything in the pantry, and I've been doing it and that. And then you think you could do that for me? And there was 3 deckhands. I was the oldest deckhand. And that one guy got fired, the captain threw him out, and when he threw him in a river. Then there was only another new one there. Then I had to work with 2 green guys and break them in, show them how to clean a lantern, show them how to do this and that, say. And Captain Cole said one day, Ossie, how would you like to be a mate? Gee, I'm too young. Gosh sake, I said, I ain't even 17 years old. He says, what do you mean? You're a big and strong boy for your age, he says. And he says, I says, I don't know if I could handle it or not. What do you mean wondering if you can't handle it? That's what he said to me. You've been doing it right along. He says, you've been doing it right along. Well, I says, Shorty, maybe he'll come back and want his job back. If he comes back now, he ain't going to get his job back. He said, if you want it, you're going to get more money. The mates, you're going to get your own room. Your 3 mates get your own room. And you'll have an easier job. And you're going to get more money. I forget how much more he told me the mates get than the deckhands, eh? And, geez, that sounded good, you know. Get more. Well, I says, if you want to, if you think I'd be all right, I says, I'll do it for you. Geez. Tell my mother about it. Gee, she said, that's good. I got more money and everything, easier job. But here I was a boss over 3 deckhands. Wasn't even 17 years old, I guess it wasn't. and I'd tell them what to do and everything, you know. At night, some of them go out drunk when I was on the night shift. They come try to walk that plank at night. In some places they put in a new pontoon, didn't even have a rope at a couple of spots, and where there wasn't a rope, bang, they go splash. Engineer there, I pulled him out twice. Gee, he was a smart engineer, German fella. He took care of all the motors and everything that was down in the ship, what ran and pumped out all that oil and all that stuff, pressure and all this and that. He was a smart duck. He showed me where he worked down in below. Everything was down in the bottom, under the dredge. So you only had the floor on top and the big leader been up on top there. So I went out and I flashed a light around. Geez, there I see him. I got him by the hair. I pulled him up and got him up on the plank and got him out. He would have drowned. He went down once and I got him. He come up again. I got him by the hair. Big stout fella too. And I'll be a son of a gun about a month after, or 4 or 5 weeks after, again, twice. I pulled that guy out, tried to walk that drunk. Then another guy, one of my mates that slept with me, Eddie Thompson. Jeez, that's go way back when I was about 17 years old. Ed Thompson, just come back to me. His name, Eddie Thompson. And he was a mate on the other shift, and I was a mate. We had a room there. I'd be sleeping, you know. He'd come in, he'd shake me, wake me up, Ossie, here's a bunch of grapes. And he'd bring me I didn't drink, say. He wouldn't bring me no drinks. And then I'm glad he didn't. He would try to. He was drunk, you know. He'd come back drunk, late, and everything. And wake me up, but he always bring me some candy bar or grapes or a banana or something at times. But he liked to drink and get drunk. So one day I was working nights, and he didn't show up. I figured he must have dropped off. No, I wasn't working nights. No, when I worked nights, they told me, Ossie, watch for me. They'd flash a flashlight over on shore when they were drunk, or a cigarette lighter or something like that, you know. So I send one of the deckhands over with the boat. We had a boat that you row. You didn't row it, you scuttle it, they call it. You have one oar and back. You put it laying in that hole there. Big oar, pretty big boat too. You go like this. You had to know how to work it. If you didn't, the river was swift or something, take you way down. The first time I tried it, I was going that way instead of going this way. It took a long while to get used to that. And I got the deckhand that I knew could do it. You go over and pick him up. Sometimes I would go over and pick him up, you know. So they were too drunk to walk. So this night, I wasn't on, and here's my mate missing 80 times. And then when 10 days he was missing. 10 days. And then one night, or was it, what time was it? Anyway, no, we could see him. I was on the afternoon shift. I was on the afternoon, 3 to 11, I guess. I saw something out there against the pontoons, and pontoons, a big string of pontoons are running from here to the road from here. And he hung on underneath where they were anchored down, say. And he hung on for 10 days, and he come up, and he come up and he was laying on his back like this. He looked like a big bar of white ivory soap. It was all white and bubbly looking, you know, all bloated up. 10 days in the winter, and he just come up, and I says that deckhand, come on with me. Got the boat out there. New deckhand, he was only there about a week. New deckhand I had about a week. He says, come on, help me. Got a rope, you know, and made a lasso. And I see him, he was like this, you know. It was about, must have been about 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. It was just getting daylight. So he got in a boat with me. I know he was acting awful scared like, you know. So he says, hold the boat there a minute. He held the boat, and I got the rope around the guy's arms, you know, and then I tied him over on the ship against the dredge, you know. Tied him against the dredge, you know. And called a corner. In the morning, the corners come over and they took his body. Well, that deckhand stayed 2 days, and he couldn't stand it no longer. He quit. It bothered him. Couldn't sleep or nothing. He says, it bothered him. He's all puffed up and white, like a bar of white ivory soap, you know, and bloated up. He didn't mind me much because I'd been around Pa killing pigs and chickens and ducks and cows and bulls and everything, and it didn't seem to bother me. So anyway, corner took him out, and then we had a different mate. But so after this, that Captain Coldwood gave me the mate job. This mate that I didn't like, Shorty, he'd come back one day, walking up over. Captain Cole's about I'm on a dredge here doing something. I forget how I was doing something. See, Captain Cole gave me the mate job, his job. And I figured he might come back someday. Geez, he did. About from here to the bathroom, the captain was talking to him. So when he come, he went right over to the captain. He just said hello, Ossie, and he went right over to the captain. That Shorty, my mate there, I didn't want. He got his finger up. Okay, about an inch and a half. And the captain, I looked, glanced over, and the Captain Cole, the one that gave me the mate job, his job, he pointed like that. And I could sense what he was saying, you know. You'll have to see Ossie. I always could tell when somebody's doing it. He come over. He come over, Shorty, to me. Ossie, how would you like to go back on decking again? Let me be mate. Just like that, you know. If he'd have treated me right, you know, Bonita, I was good-hearted, awful good-hearted. I would have given his job back. He was mean to me, and he didn't have to be. Give me all the work to do in that night when the other guys were down, they didn't have to, and keep me chipping paint every damn thing. And always trying to find work for me and everything, and sarcastic too, you know. So he says, how would you like to go by on decking again? Let me be mate again. Well, Shorty, I said, the captain says I have to ask you. He says, it's all up to you. Captain says, if you say yes, I could go back on mate and you'll be deckhead again. Geez, I have to take less money, Shorty. I like the job now. He says, you never come back. And you never called Captain Cole up. You never told him you're coming back. Your finger's all healed up now. You never said a word. And he always was wondering why you didn't. And he gave me the job. And I didn't want it. He gave it to me and told me I was always doing it. And I could do it. So I took it. And I like it now. I'm getting more money. And I don't have to do much at all. And I says, gee, I couldn't give it to you now no more. Well, he stood there a minute, dazed. He said, well, goodbye, Ossie. He went off that dredge as the last I saw him.
Can you sit forward again?
Alright.
It's back on.
It's on again? Yeah. Okay. And so then Captain Cole says that when the river freezes up, Ossie, we're going south. And you're welcome. He says, you've been doing good. You can come down south with us. Gee, I says, I don't know. I'll have to ask my mother about that. I asked Mom. Ma says, no, there's a rough gang on that dredge. I says, yeah, Ma, there is. I know that. But I don't drink and get drunk with them. I don't gamble. They're always gambling. Playing cards or dice, rolling dice and gambling. And when I'm chasing the other one around with a knife, getting in fights and everything, you know, I kept out of all that, you know. And so all I did was pick out a good friend. We go over and see the movies or see the Follies, the girls over in the Majestic there. They called it the Empire after. Just come back to me. On South Pearl Street. One time they had all colored girls. And gee, they dance and they take off a little bit more and you clap and they take a little bit more off, you know. Gee, but, oh, God, we loved that, you know. It didn't cost much to see it, you know. And then they had the white girls and you clap and they come out and then they take their brow off, you know. Geez, their eyes popped, you know. You know that, it's all right to tell you, oh, sure. You're married and everything, but I got to tell you this. It always struck me so funny. The one that ran the shows there, he came out before he closed up. He said, now folks, if these shows ain't hot enough, we can make them a little hotter. But the other night, a guy come in here walking with a cane. Walking with a cane, he says. He says, but when he went out, he threw that cane away and grabbed his cob in his hand. Threw the cane away and grabbed his cob in his hand. This is exactly what he said. That stuck right in my head, like I say, some things stick in my head like that. Hey, wasn't that something? Gee whiz. Oh yeah, gee, they were rough places over there on Green Street and South Albany where they had them wild shows, you know. After I heard about, my brother used to go down to them and the big shots, Rockefeller and all them, Big Charlies in Albany there. And they put on shows, Big Charlie, big colored guy. He put on shows. I never went in his place. My brother told me about it, and some women told me about it. They were in there. My captain said she heard about Big Charlies and them, all them big shots go in there. Rockefeller and that, even the one that was that speaker at Big Tom there in the Congress there. And he used to go down there, she said, and their friends there. And they used to put on some wild shows for all these bigwigs, politicians and everything. That big chair, that colored guy. My brother Joe and his friend got down in there one time. Joe told me the shows, and the woman that lived up Naval Park, a friend of Catherine's, and I seen her soon. She told me she was in there one time. She saw it too. They had a table there. Hey, this ain't going on there, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Jesus.
That's okay.
I can't tell that.
Sure, Grandpa, you have to.
No.
Yes.
Gee.
Yeah.
I can't tell that. I forgot about that being, oh gee, they put out some wild shows there anyway. Gosh, they throw quarters and dimes and nickels on the table. These girls would go right over and pick them up. Like that. Pick them up. Put a cigarette in, light it,
Oh my goodness.
and then pick the dimes and quarters right up off the table with their private.
Terrible.
Ain't that something? I shouldn't
Yeah.
say that on there, but
Don't worry about it.
you told me go ahead. I forgot I was being taped here. Oh, gosh. So, anyway, my mother was always worried about me. Being down there on that dredge, sleeping there and working with all them tough guys, you know. And, like I say, I picked a good friend. This good friend met a prostitute over there, and he married her. And about 4 or 5 years after I met him down Rensselaer there, and he told me, boy, he says, Ossie, she's the nicest wife, nicest woman I could. Oh, I'm so glad I got her. He said, she was a young girl, started in one of them cabarets. They had a cabaret they used to put on dances on the Rensselaer side when we had the dredge on that side, and we went over there and he met her, you know. They dance with you and then take you upstairs. And he says, boy, she was the best woman, he told me, about 4 or 5 years after I met him. And he loved it. Oh yeah, geez. One time we went down and some place in Green Street there, and a young girl, she was only about, I think about maybe 14 or 15, she come over, she says, you got a quarter? I said, what the heck you want a quarter for? She says, I want to buy some coffee. And so I give her a half a dollar, and I see her go in the house over on the other side of the street there. And she said, there were gypsies. Yeah, and they send that young girl out picking up money like that, you know? And poor thing, she didn't look like she's dressed or fed right, too. Anywhere I went by that, or walked by it over there, and I looked in that old place there, and I could see a bunch of gypsies in there. Gee, the rough-looking ones, you know. Boy, I said, I'm getting the hell out of here. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, she says, you can come in. She says, and I gave her that, you know, she went over and she says, you can come in. Oh, boy, I wouldn't go in there. Them big, tough gypsies in there. Wow. That was enough of us just seeing them, and I thought maybe that's what she was getting made to believe she needed money for coffee and then taking into them, you know, the money. Boy, tough places. I kept out of all the only place there was 2 guys from out here, Leon McDowell and his brother Seton McDowell. I know their names. They lived right out here, and one of them was my school teacher. This Lee McDowell from down south, married Ruth Wyford, and my school teacher. And they got a job down where my 2 brothers did on land, you know, where they pumped that sand from the dredge. Mm-hmm. And I worked on the dredge. But they used to go over to grills, and they met me over in the grill there one time. Lee McDowell did. And he told my mother, he says, boy, you better get that boy home. He'll be getting in trouble. My mother says, I don't have to worry about Ossie. He can take care of himself. She says, I don't have to worry about him. He says, well, he got in a fight there that one night I was there. And they had quarter machines and dime machines there. You put dime in, put a quarter in like that, you know. The one-arm bandits, they call them, pull them down. And you could win money on them, see. So there's two guys sitting over there by a table. And they were there, and I was up to the bar there, and I don't know what it was. I very seldom drank a beer, I don't think, unless I was with somebody, maybe I would, but I'd always like to go in a place, see what it is, and I had drinking, I never got drunk or anything, or drank any liquor or nothing. I'd drink maybe root beer or sarsaparilla or something like that. And so I says to the bartender, I says, you got some dimes? I says, give me 5 dimes. I think it was 5 dimes I wanted. It was 5 or $1 worth, I forget. I don't think I got dollars worth, I think I got 5 dimes. And these two guys, I see some guys played the machine and they went out. Then a couple other ones played there, and I'm sitting at the bar and I watched them and went out. But these two guys there, they didn't, they maybe were about 25 or 35. They didn't, they just sat there and watched. Then when some of these guys went out, I see them go in and stick a couple dimes in, then they sat down again, you know. So I played my 5 dimes when nobody was by the machine at all. The machine was empty, nobody. I stuck the 5 dimes in. Geez, the jackpot in the dime machine was full. It was full, and these guys knew it, see, wasn't wise to that. So I played them 5 dimes, and they looked at it, gee, it was full. So I went right back. I only had to walk from here to the couch there, to the bar, you know, and the bartender give me 5 more dimes. I went over, there was one of the guys there, he was right up there starting to, just going to put in a dime. I said, get away from there. I says, I just went up to get more dimes to put in. I ain't through playing yet. I says, I ain't done playing yet. And he gave me a shove, and boy, I hit him and I knocked him on his ass. He flew about me over the couch there. He sat on the floor shaking his head. And he was complaining to the bartender. The bartender says, that's all you've been waiting for. Somebody to move away when that jackpot was full, they said, and play. And he says, this man here was playing, and he come over to get more dimes to put in. He says, and he has first choice. You had no right to butt in. You know, you see him coming back to play again, and you jump up and you want to play it. And he says, this man is right. The bartender give him hell because they were doing that all the time. See, he give him hell. So I had a couple more dimes to put in yet. See, when I knocked him there, and then he went over and sat with his friend there. And when the bartender told me, you sit over there and keep quiet, he says, you've been doing that right along. Wasn't buying no drinks or nothing, just that. And I was at least buying a few drinks and playing the machine. So, gee, I stuck in, I guess I had another dime or two, and I stuck them in. Bingo! Jackpot opens up. Counted up, I had $12. Counted all them dimes up. Bartender counted them up and give me the $12. Bartender loved that. He laughed. and this Leon, I told you about, told my mother about. He was in there. He was in that bar there, drinking. He's drinking liquor all the time, him and his brother. And he told my mother about me hitting that guy, you see. She said, Ossie can take care of himself. I always did take care of myself. Gee. Oh, guys, that was funny. So anyway, that's what happened there. And he told my mother he'll get in trouble now. She said, I ain't worried about Ossie. I worked down that dredge with all them tough guys, and he wanted me to go down south with him, the captain, and I asked Ma, and she said, no, I don't think you better go down. I said, I don't think I'd like it neither, Ma. I says, but he told me he'd have work for me down south, and then when the river thaws out, See, when it freezes up, they move down south and then they'll come back. I could have stayed maybe with them for years, you know, like a lot of them do. But it's a tough life and tough job. So me and my brothers, we went in the Ford plant then. So we got in the Ford plant. And then I worked in the Ford plant. I wasn't 18 years old yet. Went in the Ford plant. And where we bought the car, is it alright?
Yeah, keep talking.
Well, where we bought the car from the Ford agency, he got my brother Wally and the oldest brother first when they bought the car. We all chipped in together by the 1924 Ford Model T, and he got him a job. Then they called me next, but I wasn't home. My brother Joe went in and took my place. He says, Ossie ain't here now, he says. And he went in my place, so I had to wait another month. And then they called me, so then I went in the Ford plant. And that was about 1928. 1928, I think it was, because we worked about a year there for $5 a day. $5 a day. Boy, you worked 8 hours too, I'm telling you. And then worked another about in 1929 we got $6 a day. Gee, that was great. Nobody was paying that much. They were all paying bosses and supervisors and buying new cars to get in there. So then we worked in 29. Then in 1930 we got $7 a day. In June 1930, I got married and worked about 3 months, got laid off, and was getting $35 a week, $7 a day. That's $35 a week in the Ford plant. Oh, gee, that was the highest paying price. Oh, then they had a big layoff. Nobody had recalls, never got called back unless, like I say, they paid or got another car or something like that. You could get in there, but they never. We, the 3 of us brothers, never got back. And here I was, when I needed the money and got married, and was getting that $35 a week and paying Wall off and borrowing it to buy my little house there, and wanted to pay Ma off. Then I had to go back in that Phaeton Mills. They had a new supervisor, and when I left there, I was getting $16 a week when I was 15. And then when I wanted to go back, when the Ford plant laid me off, and then a new Peru from Connecticut, Mahoney, the owner of the mills, he's starting them all in. I wanted to see Mahoney first. He says, you have to see him. He's starting everybody in on 13. I said, Mr. Mahoney, I was getting 16 before when I was here, and I was broke in on the machine. And I says, well, he's starting them, and well, he's starting new ones in, giving them 13. Maybe that's a little different there. But I said, I'm broke in on that machine, and I says, I couldn't work for 13. Geez, I got a couple kids. Then he decided he'll give me 15. So he gave me 15, and he says, when after a while, maybe you'll get a raise later on. And I says, so when I worked running that machine, the burr picker, $15 a week, and he promised me I'll get a raise after a while because I was broke in on it and everything. But things were tough all over now, he says. So I says, all right. Jesus, he loved it. I was doing 2 men's work. They used to have 2 men on the machine. And they only had me there alone. And I had to open all these bags up, sew them up, put the wool in the hopper, had a new batch, cleaned it all off again, go in the room where it blew in that room there. You had to close the door when you shut the machine off so it wouldn't blow around, and you had to get armfuls of it, climb up a ladder. We had a V ladder, and put it in the bags, sort of hoop around, and when you got the bag stomped full, They weigh maybe 150 pounds apiece, and then you sew them up on top and then move them, lay them against the wall, then run over in the hopper, put more in, and like that. All day long, never got a minute. You couldn't even eat a sandwich or drink a coffee. Put it in the hopper, run in the room, carry it out, put in the bag, stomp it up, sew the top of the bag, put another bag in, then take a big needle and sew another big burlap bag about 8 foot long, and kept you busy all the while. And he'd come in every morning, the owner of the mill. Good morning, Mr. Biittig. How are you doing? Good, okay. Yeah, you're doing fine. Every morning, that man come in for, gosh sakes, I think it was about 5, 6 months. Come in every morning. And I was the only one on that machine that in there, but they had the other pickers. There was 3 men working, laid up batches, put oil on them, hot oil. They steamed the pipe there and heat up that oil, and then mixed cotton, mixed alpaca, mixed lamb's wool and all this. And I had to put the real wool right from the sheep, and there were, you could see the burdock shives in them, and different huckleberries they used to call them. I could see them right in the wool. See, they shear the sheep would pick up all that stuff in their wool, and they shear them all off, and when you throw in the machine, it's all the burrs in there. And I run this burr picker, big round rolls like that. One roll would go this way, then you got to roll that way. They're about that long, and pick all them not all the shives out, but would pick a lot of them out. But you couldn't pick them all out. They hang in that wool, you know. And they were awful full of burrs. And then they blew it up to the pipe. They run it through that mixer, and they blew that pipe up along the Fate Mills Road. You see that pipe used to go up the hill there. They blow it from the lower mill. I was down the lower mill. Blow it up to the garnet rooms, and they run it through the garnets again, and then wind it on spools or winders, and then they give it to the knitters. I had a brother Joe worked on carrying the bobbins, and my brother Walt knitted up there too, and Laverne Quell and my friends. So he come in every morning. Finally, I says, Mr. Mahoney, you promised me a raise after a while, and you said I'm doing good. Yes, you're doing good. I know. I says, you had 2 men on here before, and I'm doing 2 men's work. Well, he says, but things are tough all over now. He says, can't keep it no raise now. I says, boy, did I lit into that guy. When it bothered me, I light into anybody. And I says, they told me I was going to be fired. They said, goodbye, Ossie, after I get through talking to the owner of that mill there, Mahoney. I says, Mr. Mahoney, you know, I always like a man of his word. He says, what do you mean? I said, you promised me after I worked a few months, and I've waited about 5 months, and I thought maybe it'd be 2 months. And I need a raise. I got a couple of kids to feed, and I said, geez, I can't do that on $15 a week. And, well, he says, can't do nothing about it. It's tough during depressions. Jobs are scarce all over. And I says, the only place is tough is right here in your place. Other places, he says, what do you mean? I says, knitters up here are getting $17, $18, $19 a week. And I know other knitting Hikes mills over in Cohoes and Waterford, they're making $35 a week, the knitters, and you're only paying them $18. How do you know this? Oh, gee, the big shot Mahoney, you know, owner of the mill, and these guys hear me talking to them, you know. Well, I says, I got friends working there. Friends that used to work here. They're up there now and tell me. Well, he said, you got to run more cylinders. He meant more knitting machines. Here you had to run 4. He says, over there they got to run 6. Well, I said, they tell me they can run 6 easily because your bobbins or yarn is lousy and it's got a lot of burrs in and they break all the time. They got to keep hooking on quarters. We call them quarters. I was knitting up here, I says, and I seen it all. Yeah, he said, I know you used to knit up here. And I says, they can run 6 machines easier. They can run 4 yarn machines. They don't have the yarn keep breaking, I says, and have to hook quarters on and take the scissors and cut them all off and then take all the needles and put them down in. I knew how to do it, and I was telling them, you know, they had it was a lot of work, you know, when you run running 4 machines up here in his place, and the yarn was keep breaking. And he wanted to know how I know. I told him I had friends up there and friends that left your place and up there making $35 a week. Holy mackerel, he didn't like that. And he argued with me, and I argued back, and I followed him right from the burr picker mixing room, right out to the garnet room, right out to the door where he stepped outside. I followed him. And Henry Stanley lost his arm in one of these big garnet machines that the big rolls in. Lost his arm in there, so they give him a lifetime job because he got his arm caught in there. He lost his arm. So so they said won't have no job in there. He never fired me, but he never gave me a raise. Never fired me, never gave me a raise. So, geez, I was always a pretty cagey guy. They kept me up midnights to run the burr stuff. They had inspected there. They were making army underwear, and the inspector would look around daytime. At night he wouldn't come around. They gave me all the bad stuff to run, and in the mixing room they used to put the bad stuff there for him to work on after he went home on afternoons. The inspector would leave about 4 or 5 o'clock, and then they would run the bad stuff up to the upper mill. And the Army sent it back because the Army boys are getting sore from the shives in the wall. So they brought all the Army sent it all back, and the women up in the seaman room, and you could ask my brother at Waltz Millie. She worked there, and Drew Gaddis and them, and they had to pick all them, get all the underwear back, open them all up, pick all them shives out with like a little tweezers, pick them all out, and then I don't think the Army accepted them back. I think they had to sell them somewhere else. And because the inspector wasn't around, they put all the bad stuff up. Yeah, that old Mahoney was slick there, was there. So anyway, I asked that supervisor too, after Mahoney wouldn't come in and say good morning to me no more. I couldn't ask him for a raise no more. So I asked that supervisor, that new supervisor that come from Connecticut and started everybody in 13. I told him about here. I says, you won't give me a raise like that? And he says, no, I know it, Ossie. So I says, you know something? In this, I read insurance law. They had insurance law on the wall there, you know. I read insurance law, and the insurance law says no man should be alone where there's a machine that he could get caught in or could get hurt. So I says, I'll tell this guy that. So I told this supervisor about it after I read all that. The next time he came around, I said, you know, I said, I've been working here midnights all alone in this big building, the whole lower mill down there, all alone. He says, a watchman comes around once in a while, don't he? He says, oh yeah. I says, sometimes I see him, sometimes I don't. Sometimes he don't even come in my room where I am. And sometimes I see him. He said he's supposed to go around every hour or so. I said, I never see him, only once in a while. Besides, if he did come around, I says, I could be hanging all alone. I could be hanging in that machine for a whole hour or 2 hours. And if I don't see him all night, I could be hanging there all night with my arm caught, and then nobody to hold me back, and I could go right through that machine with them rolls. Stanley would have went through if they didn't hold him, pull his arm off right here. So, and I says, that's what the insurance law says. And I says, so, you know what I thought? I thought if they'd give me a $2 raise, just a $2 raise, Benita, I would keep my big mouth shut. I would, honest to God, I would. So I wanted a couple bucks more so I could buy some things for my kids, you know. That was during the depression, things were tough all over. And no, they wouldn't give me I asked him, gee, I said, why can't they give me a raise? I said, probably wouldn't mind. No, but you know what they did? He told Mahoney about it, I guess. Mahoney, give me another man. Give me a man to help me. I didn't have to do nothing. I'd go sleeping for 3 or 4 hours on midnights. Then I could work out in the garden or work somewhere else. or go out hunting or something. Felt good. Before I had to keep all the time. Never had a chance to go to toilet out or anything. I had to shut the machine on. So that's what he did. Give me a helper.
Can we take a break?
He give me a helper, and wouldn't give me a raise, and I didn't need no helper. I'd open up the bags and throw them in the hopper and let the helper do it. The helper didn't have to do nothing. I'd open up the bag and fill the hopper up and kept him busy and sew extra bags for him. And then I'd lay down and take a nap for an hour or two. Rather than give me $2 raise, keep my mouth shut. I've been happy. Here they give me another man and give him $15. Same as me. Boy, ain't that something? No. Probably about, I'd say maybe about three months, something like that. I don't know.
3 months that she,
2 or 3 months.
and then she knew she was pregnant for the first time?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Something like that, I guess, because the first baby was born, Tootsie, about a year after we were married. So it has to be something like that. Tootsie was born about a year after. We were married about a year before the first baby come.
You said you didn't have a honeymoon. You took your
Oh,
honeymoon
we didn't have no
25 years
honeymoon
ago.
till 25 years after. We went over to Niagara Falls. Niagara Falls. And we spent a few nights over that way. We drove up to Canada, St. Catherine's Highway, I think. We were way up in Canada and then came back to Niagara Falls. We stayed overnight in Niagara Falls somewhere there. Get a few souvenirs and stuff, you know. Yeah.
Were you and Millie shy on your wedding night?
Huh?
Were you and Millie shy on your wedding night? Was she shy?
Was she shy? Yeah. She was sure shy. Yeah. Shy. Yeah, I guess so. We were both tired out, and she says, we don't have to, we can wait till tomorrow night or something like that, she said. Gee, I says, I waited a long time. I think it'll be tonight. Is that going on there now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but she wasn't really as shy as I was, I guess. I was, when I told you before, I was glad I found my first love and got married and everything, and my friends were all mad at me, like breaking up that old gang of Alec Wallace, Laverne Quall, Ray Rabby, my brother. And come on out. No, I got a girlfriend. Where is she? Who is she? I didn't tell him. Then one day I went to the movies with says Amelia, we're going to get away from them all. We went to the movies in Albany, and I heard somebody laughing in the back of me. It was Laverne Quall and Ray Rabby, right from out here. And they sat right in back of us. How'd they find out? I don't know. That I was going to the movie and they sat in back of me. Gee, I didn't like that. I didn't like that. But anyway, like I say, we hid our car in the barn there down the Bar Ranch here, down the Thayus Road here. And we had to all upstairs to ourselves, and Housie and his housekeeper was downstairs in their bedrooms. And so we ate breakfast there and dinner, I guess, and hung around there for a while. Then we had to see about getting that little farmhouse so we could move right into it. But in the meantime, I had to wait 2 weeks, and we stayed in my upstairs in his room. My mother used to save it for her brother, Uncle John. That was his room. See, well, he passed away, so my mother gave me that room. See, so we had that room there. It was off by itself upstairs. See, me and Millie slept in that room. See, for about 2 weeks. Yeah, about 2 weeks, I guess. And then we had our own place right up here, a little ways there. The
Did
old
you want to
house
have a baby right away?
fixed up, huh?
Did you want to have a baby right away?
No, really, I wanted to wait a little while. I wanted to wait a little while. I mean, I had that in my mind. I wanted to wait maybe another year or 2 years or something. But Millie, I guess, didn't want to. So we had the baby I think we were married about a year when we had the baby, something like that, about a year. So anyway, girl come, then another girl, then another girl, then another girl. And even had one stillborn. That was a girl.
Why was she stillborn? Why was she stillborn?
Because she didn't, the doctor, my mother was there, but my mother really didn't do what the doctor told her after. He come a little late and he got the baby out, beautiful baby girl. And he tapped it on the hinder and everything and couldn't shook it and couldn't bring it to. He says, when they come, what do you say, when you come head first, it was head first, you got to get them out quick, was it? He said, because the cord gets around the neck sometimes, chokes them. And that's what choked them, the navel cord, I guess, choked it, or didn't get enough air, didn't get it out quick enough. I think you said head first, or what do they usually come, feet first or head first?
They usually come head first.
Usually come head first?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then maybe he meant feet first, then maybe that's what he meant. You got to get them out quick because it gets around the neck and chokes them. That's what it did, choked. It was a nice big girl. You didn't get it out quick enough. Yeah, I think it probably got it feet first and got it up to his neck and didn't get it out, and the cord, he says, was around his neck, navel cord or something. And choked. He couldn't bring it to him. So then Shirley was the last one, last girl, and then I says, boy, I ain't getting no boys at all. I want one boy. And one old guy says, well, he says, you gotta lay off for a while, rest up and get all your energy good and strong, and then you'll get the boy on. I says, gee, maybe I'll try that. So waited about 6 years, or 6.5 or something like that, and then the boy came, Sonny. Then the boy come.
He was born in a hospital, right?
He was a big boy, lucky. Everyone was born home right on the farm there. My mother had some of them delivered before the doctor there, and the doctor, he said, well, it'll be about a little while yet. He says he had his, maybe he told this before, he took his secretary, he wasn't married then yet, Dr. Lasko, brought the first baby brought in the world was Catherine, my sister. That young Dr. Lasko was the first one. And brought that first baby. Then he brought all of mine, except the last one. Shirley was the last girl, and he went over to Burton Lake, the casino, went dancing with secretary, and he says, let me know when she's ready. And then did, and he come over from dancing, delivered the baby, Shirley, and then he went right back dancing again. He married that secretary after. And then 6.5 years, or putting her 7, then Sonny was going to be born, and it was Groundhog Day, February the 2nd, snowing like crazy. And so I said, well, take you down to the hospital. You know, I figured maybe it was going to be a big baby, I guess. And so we took her down to the hospital. I know maybe I told this before to you, but I'll tell it again. Samaritan Hospital, and then big red-headed nurse after I walked the floor for about an hour, she brought in her arms and a blanket, and she says, here's your son. I says, oh no, can't be, I don't have sons, I have daughters all the time. And she said, well, you don't believe it? She opened up the blanket. Sure, there's the stem there. I says, I could see it's a boy, but I says, you must have made a mistake though, it might be somebody else's. Oh no, it's your boy. I says, well, I'm glad of that. I says, oh, I was so happy at a boy. I think I might have told that before when I told the guys down the plant, my boss and us, we went out in the grill just across by the office there, Spring Street and Waterville there, where my Allegheny Leaden Steel was. Gee, they almost got me drunk. All celebrating Ossie's boy.
How old were you when you had Sonny?
Huh?
How old were you when you had Sonny?
Well, you'll have to figure that one up. Sonny's 45 now, and I'm 80.
35.
So?
35.
Yeah. 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 So, she used to rent my mother out to some rich people, and they'd do housework, and she ran away, and my mother...
Your mother ran away from...
From, she was about 10, 11 years old, and she ran away. They treated her kind of mean. And mother made her go back again, and she went back again. And then that's what they did when they had too many kids, run them out. And like I guess I told you, the hunters couldn't hunt or couldn't cut wood, only cut the old stuff out of the woods, the dead stuff, and they had to chase the deer out the woods. I think I said that before, for the rich ones on horseback and shoot the deer. And then they'd have the shoemaker would come around, fix the shoes, and you'd stay there maybe a couple days till he fixed everybody's shoes, and then he'd move on to another one. And then they'd have somebody who'd come around, sell pots and pans and all that, different things like that. And so they got enough money together, and they sent, I guess I told you, my Uncle John, my mother, they sent over here. My mother was 19, and her brother was 21. And they came over here, and she got a job in New York, waiting on tables, and she couldn't speak English. And then she got a job in Troy Country Club, and she used to stick notes in her blouse when she wanted to learn some English, and afterwards she got to learn English pretty quick. And then she met Pa through some German friends that Pa had, and then she married Pa, my father, and had 9 boys and a girl. But over there, they had it tough over there in Austria. She come from Austria. Pa come over. I told you this before. From Germany when he was a year and a half old. So, but Ma picked up the English pretty quick, and she didn't want us to learn German language. But I had 6 brothers in the war, and they said if they knew how to speak German, they would have interpreter jobs and would have some good jobs. But by not able to speak German, why they couldn't take them jobs. My 6 brothers that was in the war. And Eddie, the one next to me, well, he got killed over there fighting the Japanese. And Tony and Richie got wounded over in the Battle of Bulge. And when they came out the hospital and got back in the Battle of Bulge, most all their buddies were gone. That was a tough place in cold weather and everything. The Germans mauled a lot of them, shot a lot of them up over there. Once they crossed that Rhine River, they had to cross in gliders and stuff like that and land in the fields and stuff. And Richie got shot in the leg by a sniper. Tony got shrapnel, and they sent him to England to hospitals. And then after the war was over, Johnny told me he had to watch the Russians from taking over the German farms and they were stealing their cattle and everything. and they had to protect the German farms because the Russians were stealing on them. And he said him and his buddy heard noise in the barn. They went over in the barn, and his buddy went in the front door. Johnny says he ran around the back. His buddy went in the front door. He got killed. Johnny says some Russians ran out, and he fired. He don't know if he killed a couple of them or not. He says he fired at them when they ran out the back way. But the Germans treated them good and fed them good. He says fed them good. But that's the way it was, and they shouldn't have taken Tommy. Tommy's the one that's in the hospital now, and he was the last one on the farm, and Ma and Pa were crippled up. Pa couldn't do anything, and they went and took Tommy too, the last one, which they shouldn't have done. I always said they shouldn't have never done it. Nobody fought for Tommy, and they let him go. And then he got that malaria disease and stuff and everything, and I think that's what contributed to his multiple sclerosis, because his legs used to give out once in a while. He worked down in the steel mill with me, and then his legs gave out so much they thought he was drunk when he was walking in. So he used to push his knee to put the brake on. I guess I said that, yeah. And so he's been in the Albany Veterans about 15, 16 years now. He's only been home 3 times in all them years. He can't feed himself, he can't lift his arm up, he can't do nothing, but his mind is good and everything else, but he can't do nothing, he can't feed himself or nothing. Yes. So I guess that's about it on that part there that I can think of now. Yeah.
Do you remember what sliced bread was like when it first came out? What do you think of sliced bread when it first came out in the stores?
The what?
Sliced bread.
Sliced bread?
Yeah. What did you think about it when it first came out in the stores?
Oh, I forgot when that ever came out. But it was good though to have the first little radios to come in and the first television to come in. I was lucky to see all that. And the first electric lights we had up in our house, and telephones and all that stuff. Boy, that I was glad to see that. I saw that all come in. Yeah, that was good. Do away with the outhouses and all that. That was, yeah. And the tough winters we had. Oh, Ma used to say, oh, the good old times. Ma, the good old times. Yeah, when you had to wash clothes by hand. And we had to shovel snow to get back in the barn. We had a big drifts. Come out the barn, go back to do chores. We had to shovel it out. I says, them big drifts, and take you to the doctor. You couldn't get to the doctor. Had to go through the fields with the horse. It was the good old days. I said, not for me. There weren't no good old days, Ma. I says, oh no.
What were how much did a few grocery items cost when you were a little boy?
Huh?
When you were a little boy, how much was like a quart of milk, or a half a gallon of milk, or a loaf of bread?
Oh gosh, there was
Do you remember?
nickel or a dime.
Mm-hmm.
Gee whiz, you could get them days. Old Millers, when he had the store down here, three generations of Millers, and gosh sakes, a lot of them couldn't pay their bills, and me and Millie, we'd always be able to pay our bills, and he'd give me a big soup boat with a lot of meat on it, and spare ribs, he'd give me them. I says, I want to pay for them. He says, Ossie, you don't owe no money here, and a lot of them owes me money. He says, you take it. He said, you got a couple of kids, you can use it. He was awful good. He was awful good. Yeah, he was a good man.
What's the first job you ever had?
First job I ever had?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, so many jobs. Helping farmers dig potatoes, helping plant corn, and all this. But never got much for it, because they did something for Pa, and Pa even give us our neighbors there. We had to plant great big fields of corn in the hot sun, plant it, hoe it, and everything, and we got straw hats. Straw hats, they give us each a straw hat, it cost $1. Then the other neighbor there, and they give us sour milk and grease on pancakes to eat. Then the other neighbor up above the Biittig Road there, we planted all his cornfields there, and us kids, and helped him all that, and what he gave us was a good meal. We had cottage cheese and fried eggs, and that was good. That was a lot better. But like I say, they probably sold Pa a cow cheaper or let him use one of their machineries or something like that. Our neighbor down here, he had a lot of woods. We didn't have no woods. We had to go and cut by half by all the neighbors, sometimes miles away. And we burned 12 cord, we'd have to cut 6. If we burned 18 cord, we'd have to cut 9, half and half, all with an axe, cold, weather, or anything. And they had the lumber mill right across the way down here on the Biittig Road there across from our farm. And he sold them a lot of lumber, oak lumber, and on our side of the road was flat, nice, and he'd pile all that lumber on our side. He asked my father if he could. Pile it all up in big piles, they did. And then, I don't know where they drew it quite a ways away, and he used to come and draw 1 load a day, or sometimes 2, if everything worked good. And he come up and asked my mother, she knew we had a lot of boys, she did, and I had a boy to help. My mother says, Ossie will help you. And she says, he's big and strong. And so he got me, and every time he come for a load of that lumber, I'd be out in the field. My mother had a blow whistle, call me, and he wanted me every time. And he give me 50 cents for helping him load that big truck, heavy oak. He'd stand up in the truck, and I'd lift one end on the truck and shove it over to him. He'd pile them nice on that truck. And then sometimes he made 2 loads. I was happy when he made 2 loads. I made $1 a day, and I'd give it to Ma, and she'd save some from me. She saves from me. I always give it to always a silver $1. Sometimes 2 silver dollars. He always paid me silver dollars, that man did. He always wanted me. And the big heavy oak planks, and I'd shove them right on there. I didn't mind at all. And he'd pile them up in there, and I'd set one end up, and he'd pull it, and I'd shove them up, you know. And then I used to dig potatoes for a guy, Pete Oswald, a blacksmith there. He asked Pa if he could have a boy. So Father sent me down. They had 2 other guys there, about 30 years old or 40, digging potatoes. And I knew how to dig potatoes then, boy. I'd loosen them up and grab by the stems, set them on the mower, shake the dirt off, and pick the potatoes off, and threw them on the road, do 2 rows at a time, and threw them off in 1 row, and then go on. And geez, Pete also told my father, he says, them other guys, I told him who he was. He was your father, Oscar, was his grandfather. And they said, boy, they told my father, your father, he was a big, powerful man. He says, that boy he's going to be just like him. He said, you ought to see him dig them potatoes. They were surprised. I dug 2 rows, time the other guys dug 1. And the blacksmith was telling my father about it. Then I used to, when I come off in the city when I got older, I had a 22. And I always was hunting woodchucks and rabbits. Jackrabbits were around, and shoot them, and I'd come home with woodchucks, skin them for Ma, she cook them, rabbits and squirrels and all that. I was great for that. They were going out in the pond and get some bullheads and fishing. Trapping. Oh, gee, I used to trap and make money trapping. My brother Joe, too. And we're right where my grandfather's farm was. Their next place was Albert Middleton. Albert Middleton. We worked on the lane construction together, and on that 150 road from West Sand Lake down to Wineskill there. We both worked together. He had a lot of kids too, and we did a lot of work too. And then he let me trap on his land. It was right next to my Uncle Carl, Uncle Frank Carl, and I did. And then I looked at my traps, and there I could see blood there, and somebody took muskrats out of my traps. They were worth about $3 then a piece, $2, $3 a piece. Gee, that was more than make all day in the Fate Mills, you know. And I made a lot of money trapping mink and fox, and shooting fox and trapping fox and all that. I was always great for that. And so I went down, told my father, I says, gee whiz, my uncle is stealing stuff out of my traps. I see his tracks where he come down from the house, and here's a wire fence, and he goes over on where I got my traps. I ain't got it on his land. I says, Pa, I got it on Middleton. Middleton give me permission. He says, well, you got to go earlier. I got up earlier. I was laying in that grass there, hiding. I always took my gun with me, hiding in that grass. Gee, all at once it started getting daylight, and here comes my uncle down. I says to Pa. He goes right over to my trap, and I left a dead muskrat in there, and he was going to take it out. I hit it over the head and killed it and let it lay in the trap. And I said he was just going to take it out, and I jumped out that grass. Oh, I got up and I said, oh, you're the son of a gun's been stealing stuff out of my traps. Boy, and I am not on your land. I told you I wouldn't trap on your land, but you don't trap at all. But you steal them out of my traps, don't you? And I said, he didn't know what to say. I says to Pa, I says, but by going early, like you told me, I caught him. And I says, if I catch you again, I says, you're gonna get a bullet in your rear end.
I should have paid you for them.
See, that's what I told him. I couldn't get the ones that he took out of my traps before. I never went up to his house or nothing, but I caught him. And he went and told my father. He threatened me with the gun. I says, I told him if I catch him again, I'd shoot him in the hind end. Pa laughed. Gee, yeah. I caught another guy stealing mink out of my trap. I see his tracks in the snow where he went up to his house. Stanley Jensen's over on the Raby Road there. I went up to his house. I says, where's that mink you took out of my trap? I see the blood where you killed him, and you walked right up the house. Oh, I ain't got it. Boy, I went in the woodshed off the house there. I looked at everything. The mother come out. I said, what are you doing? I said, I'm looking for the mink. Your boy took a mink out of my trap. He was about my age. He didn't set traps, but he knew he saw me trapping down there, and I wasn't trapping on his land, but it was next to his land. But I couldn't get the mink. I never got it. Never got it. He didn't have it. I knew he had it, hit it, and he was watching me. I was looking all over in that woodshed, looking over everything. I turned everything over. The mother and him was looking at me. Jeez. If I'd ever caught him, I'd have given him a good beating. That was Stanley Jensen's. Yeah, on the Raby Road there. And I had permission from Quells that I could trap there, see? The house and land was vacant, and they told me I could trap there. Oh, I used to, that's how I got along. I didn't make much money in the mill, but during Depression or anything, a lot of people would get flour and bacon and a ton of coal or half a ton of coal and this and that, and a lot of them in the village just didn't have no place to have wheat and millie. I guess I told you I always had a lot of stuff in the cellar plant, in the jars, you know, vegetables, chickens, and everything she had. Oh, 500-600 she canned beans and every darn thing. And we got along good that way, and by me trapping, shooting pheasants and squirrels and rabbits, we lived on a lot of wild meat. It was good. The kids loved it. And the meat was hard to get them days. You had stamps to get sugar during the war. You couldn't get sugar unless you had stamps. And meat, you couldn't get no meat. Meat was scarce. Everything was scarce, but we lived good. I fished and trapped. All that come handy.
How did you get the stamps?
You had to go to the, what is it, post office or somewhere, I forget now, to get the stamps for the sugar.
Could you get them for free? You just...
No, you had to pay so much for them. And our neighbors never used sugar, and they didn't know what the stamps were. They didn't know what they were for or nothing. They never used sugar. The ones I tell them work all day in the field, and they give us sour milk with no sugar on it. My mother gave us sour milk. We could put sugar on it. Tasted good. Then they give us pancakes with pork grease on them. Couldn't eat them. We weren't used to that stuff. The cottage cheese was all right. They'd hang a bag. All of them did. They'd hang a bag and back to the stove and let it dry. When it got hard, they'd slice it off. Cottage cheese, they called it, you know. So, but we had good eating. We'd always on the farm here. We'd raise pigs, cows, and all that. We'd have it in the smokehouse full. In the winter time, we'd have a cow hanging up, or a heifer hanging up in the barn. In cold weather, you had to use a meat was frozen, so you had to use a hacksaw to cut it. Leave it thaw out, and we always had meat. Then if we butcher for some neighbor, he didn't want, he'd sell us a quarter cheap, because Pa and I'd help him butcher it. And they didn't want it all, they only had 2 kids. And we'd buy a quarter from them. Then when we wanted one, we'd butcher our own pigs and stuff. Oh, my grandfather and my father made bloodwurst and sausage and everything. My grandfather was good at that. Ed was his trade doing a lot of that. You know.
What's the best job you ever had? The job you liked the most?
Oh, honey, I can tell you this, I can tell you the truth. Every place I worked, dirt. I worked behind trash machines at the farmers, trashing all them dirty buckwheat and oats and stuff, and that dust and stuff in the back of the machines and in the bins when you're piling it around after they trashed it. Dirt. Then when they moved by another farmer, my father would let me go with him and help the next farmer. And the next farmer, like that, get a few cents, or sometimes they'd help us back or something. And dirt. Then after I got in fake mills and all that dye and acids I worked with, and then burrs and cotton dust flying around, and that was all getting in my lungs. Then I worked down the Albany port, when they got the port there, when the dredge digged it deep enough so the boats could come in, and they bought everything over there, flaxseed and different stuff from other countries, and we shipped them corn and wheat, and they shipped us different stuff. And boy, the dust and dirt in them boats there when you're loading them. And then in the wintertime you had to go inside to clean them dirty bins out. They were full of bugs and stuff. And that was all dust and dirt. And then I worked in I never worked in a clean place, always dust and dirt. The only clean place to work on the Lane Construction, building roads there. That was only in the summertime for a few months. And then I worked in Adirondack Steel. That was all dust and dirt. And then in Allegheny Steel, in a grinding room, 31 years, dust and dirt. Never wore a mask any place, and just tie our handkerchiefs when we cleaned them bins out in the Albany port there, all that grain dust and dust. You couldn't even see another guy in a rye duster. And you wake up in the morning, you stretch, and you could feel it in your chest. I says, no wonder I can feel it in my chest. My mother used to take rye flour and paste wallpaper on the wall with rye flour. And here I was working in all that dust and dirt, and you couldn't see a guy 10 feet away from you. And just a handkerchief tie over your nose. In the steel plant, 31 years in the grinding room, all that dust. I never wore a mask. You couldn't wear a mask. You had to work too hard swinging on big wheels and machines there and cutting the things out, and you had to breathe heavy. And you couldn't breathe heavy with a mask over your nose. And so they didn't make us wear nothing, but we had to wear leather aprons and goggles so the sparks didn't burn us all over. Wear your shirt up and everything with the sparks from grinding them big bars of steel and digging the holes out in the steel. But dust and dirt all over, and finally in the steel plant it got to me, the titanium dust. Then I couldn't breathe anymore, and Dr. Reed says, you got to go to Arizona. I says, I'll go to Arizona, you have to pay for it. And he says, what the hell do you want? I want you to get me in the mill. You told me I got emphysema and bronchitis. That's how my brother Joe died. He worked in the Adirondack Steel, and he worked on chipping a lot of dust and dirt. So I says, what do you want? I said, why don't you get me in the hospital and get a doctor to clean my lungs out. And they did, made a new man out of me. He used to cough for about 10 years, cough, and everybody says you got to quit smoking cigarettes. I never smoked cigarettes, but I had a cigarette cough. After we cleaned my lungs out, I didn't cough anymore. And my wind was so bad, I sold my house up by Crooked Lake. I couldn't get up the stairs hardly. And I come home from work, and the doctor told me I'll die, so I had to sell it, put this trailer right next to my son-in-law because they can drive my wife to if I die, they can drive her to the stores and stuff. and like that. And then I got better, and then she passed away. She had first they thought she had a bleeding tumor or something, and they thought they cleared that up. And 2 months more, she started bleeding again. Then she took terrible treatments down to Samaritan Hospital, and her hair come out, and her legs swell up, and then she got so bad. I took her down one night. She said, "You got 3 days to go for my appointment." I says, "Oh no, you can go anytime, honey." I says, "You feel want to go down now?" "Gee, yes." So I took her right down at night, and then the next night she was dead. Her heart killed her, they said. The pain would have probably lasted another year or something. She could have maybe lived with, but I was taking her to Albany, past Albany Medical, to a heart specialist. Then I took her to Scotland Avenue for her other first operation on that bleeding tumor. And anyway, that's what killed her. Everybody said that was a blessing. Her heart took her away. She wouldn't have to suffer anymore. She laid right on the couch, and the cocktail table, our feet are right there. And they help her to the toilet, back again, and feed her, cooked her whatever you want. You want a steak today? Go down, get a nice steak. She couldn't eat it. She vomited it up. They give her stronger medicine and all that. Oh, it was awful. So they said that was a blessing. I guess it was a blessing. She didn't have to suffer no more. Her heart took her like that. Yeah. And then when they called me, I was laying on the couch about 11:15. I was going to listen to the news. They called me. "You better come down. Your wife is bad." I got down there. It took me about 20 minutes. Boy, I shot right down there. Ice cold. "Where's my wife?" "She ain't in the room." Went up to the desk. "Where is she?" "She's down that way in that room." And I fell over. She was ice cold. They lied like hell. They told me when they called me, she was already dead. She had to be. It had to be. I went in there and fell over. God, she was ice cold, and in another room. I know they lied to me. They probably didn't check on her, and her heart made her pass away. They went in and found out, and then they moved her in the other room, you know. Told me to hurry up, she's bad, and she was already ice cold when I got down there. I fell over her head and her neck and everything. So where else was I going to say now? Oh, yeah, that's my wife's been gone now. August the 19th. This August the 9th coming will be 7 years. August the 9th, that's coming. Will be 7 years. Don't seem that long either. Don't seem that long at all. But God's been good to me. I went through hell, I don't know how many times. I can name a quarter times I would have been dead. Got locked in the grain bins twice down in the Albany port. They poured the grain in. Got locked in and couldn't get out, and they were shooting the grain in from the top already up to our knees. And the oiler come around, he opened the door up so we could get out of them. Like big silos. They had a trap door. And we got locked in twice. And they had safety talks. That didn't do any good. We were all praying in there, boy, and that grain coming in. The oiler, lucky he come around by every so many hours to oil the pulleys. That big belts carried the grain. We shoveled it through that little trap door, that little hole. And that would carry it, and they'd wash it and dry it and be like new. And he'd oil all them little pulleys because they go like crazy, see, they get hot. And he heard us pounding with our big scoop shovels on that door. Gee, he saved our lives twice. That was one time. And the other time was when I got run over with a load of hay. I didn't tell you that.
Go ahead.
When I was, that was when I was, as soon as I got 15, like I say, the teacher gave me work to help my father on the farm, so I had to wait a couple of weeks before my brother got an opening for me up in the mill. And then I went up there, but before that, I was about, I think it was just a little before that, I forgot now, two of my oldest brothers are already up there, so I was always helping Pa the most. And we had to go down to grandfather's to cut hay and bring it in. It was dry. We cut it before a couple of days and it was dry. And Pa said, looks like rain, let's go down. So we got in a wagon, went down, had to go right from our field, right across lots, right down to 150 there where my grandfather used to live. My cousin lives there now, Earl Carl. So nobody was there, but the grandfather was up and working in Oakland Cemetery and living in an apartment up in Troy there and doing the cemetery. So the farm was empty and we cut the hay and put it in the barn down there in case we need it. Sometimes we brought it home, but it started to rain there and I was on the wagon and piling the hay on the wagon and Pa was pitching it up to me. And I had about over half a load on, about 3/4 of a load of hay on. And Pa says, it's starting to rain. He says, drive the horses in the barn, I'll see you in the barn. I'll follow you up. So I got them horses going to get the hay in the barn so it wouldn't get wet. It was only a short ways away, see, down by my grandfather's barn, in the barn. And there's always a bump. We go in the barn, because when you close the big double barn doors, the doors won't go in, they hit that bump there. See, then you lock your doors. There's always a bump. So I drove in, there was a stick, the hay wagons, if you know, they're like this, 2 sticks here and then one across here. Like that, see, and where they go across on the top, like a ladder, there's 1 stick. Then both ends, they go in a hole there, and they were kind of rotted. I told Pa one time, he put a little nail in on one side to hold it. And then when you put a little nail in, the wood's half rotted, it's not very strong then. So anyway, I drove the horse in, and when the front wheels goes up on this bump here, I was kneeing down on my knees. I was kneeling down on my knees and had the lines in my hand and leaning over that stick with my chest against it. And then when the front wheels went up, it tipped me back. See, when the front wheels go up like that, you go backwards a little bit. Then when the back wheels went up over that bump, then my chest went forward and leaned against, I was on my knees and my chest was leaning on that stick that's across, say, where you put the more hay to hold the hay in and where you put your lines over the top. And then when the hind wheels went up, that stick busted. And I went right down between the whipple trees and the horse's feet, head first. I hit my head right here. And then the wheel, the horses never stepped on my legs. But the wall, the horses only, when the back wheels went in, they only had a little ways to go. And they were up against, a little ways further, and they were up against the wall. They couldn't go any further, see. So, but when I first went down, I hit my head. That was the only thing hit, but wasn't too bad at all. And I was laying right across, my feet was by the wheels on the other side, and my head is over on this side. I was right across both wheels, my feet touching over there, my head touching the other wheels on this side. And that big wheels, steel hoops on them. And I had no shirt on, it was warm. And I had a hold of them spokes on this wheel like this, trying to hold myself from getting away from the wheel. I'm trying to hold the wheel back and sliding like that. Where I slid afterward, I bruised the skin and burned the skin on my back from sliding on that rough barn floor, you know, all big boards and rough, with no shirt on. Trying to get away from that wheel, it was coming slow, and I'm holding on it, hold it back, trying to, and here it's coming right up through here like this, that wheel. Just like this, right here. So I had to hold the spokes like this. If I didn't, it would come across here. And the first thing I said, Oh, don't, dear God, don't let me die. Don't let me die. Please don't let me die. What will my mother think? What will my mother think? Don't let me die. What will my mother say? And I was thinking of my mother. What will she say? Worrying about her. And then the wheel come up further. And then a little further. When it came up about here, I blacked out. Shut the wind off on me, see? Because they stopped. You know what stopped? The horses was against they couldn't pull no further.
Mm-hmm.
If they could have went that much further, their heads were up against the barn, the end of the barn.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't go no further. If they could go that much further, this wheel would have went over. I don't think I would have blacked out even. I don't think I would have. But when it went up here and stopped, then I couldn't breathe no more and I blacked out. Pa come running in. He ran over on the other side. He had to go up in front of the horse and get a hold of their faces, or halters on the faces, straps, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And he had to back them up. It was way over here, the wheel was, and he had to back them off so he could get me out. If they couldn't go that way, and they couldn't back up, they would have stepped on my legs too. The horses don't want to step on you, they're smart. So, but Pa got him backed up enough. He took them by the heads and backed them up. And then he pulled me out. I didn't remember that. So all I remember is saying, "Don't let me get. What will my mother think? Don't let me die." And then when I blacked out, I could see all kinds of lights and everything. And everything went black first. Everything lit up like the sun and everything. And then all it's bingo, black. Pa got out, run over to the other side, pulled me out. See, the horses didn't step on me or nothing, didn't bruise my legs or anything. Right in between the wheels. And their horses are funny. They could feel you. They won't step on you. So he pulled me out. He kept working and pulling on my arms. Finally, I opened my eyes up. The first thing, you know what he said? Any bones broken? Gee, Pa, I don't know. I don't know, Pa. Any bones broken? I says, gee, I don't know, Pa. Well, he got me up on my feet. He said, keep moving around. He said, move your arms, move around. So I walked back and forth a little bit and tried to move my arms a little bit. And then he got up on that load of hay and unloaded that 3/4 of a load all by himself. He did. Mm-hmm. And so all I could do is move around a little bit, my arms a little bit, and my legs a little bit. And he unloaded the whole load. But the worst thing, I don't think it should have been done. I got on that wagon after he unloaded it all, went home through the fields, and you know how fields are, right? Like this field here, we'll come up that hill right in back of Catherine's there, and right across the field, right up back of Catherine's and Peterson, and right up here home, right there, and the farmhouse where that guy bought Pa's farmhouse there. All through that field on that wagon, and every bump, that hurt awful in my chest there. Then when I got home, I think it was horse liniment or sloan liniment. He used to put horse liniment on the horses and on his arthritis too. When he had, he rubbed that on my back, and where I bruised my back with no shirt on, trying to get away from the wheel and sliding on that barn floor, you know, some of the skin was bruised on my back there and with no shirt on and rubbed off a little bit. Jeepers, when he hit that with that liniment, wow. I could scream, but geez, I didn't. I gripped my teeth. And after a while, my mother come home. They had, I think Walt had a 1936 Dodge, I think he had, or 24 Dodge that time he had. He didn't have the Model T. And they were had some feed to unload, and I didn't want Ma to know I got hurt. I goes out and tried to get pull a 100-pound bag of feed and try to get it on my shoulder. I used to carry the bags over to the barn, you know, and dump them in the bins. And Walt see me, you know, struggle with it, and Walt helped me. And I said, I guess I can't do it, Walt. I told him I got hurt on the wagon. But Ma, as soon as she got out the car, see, what's wrong? What's wrong? Before I even walked over to that bag and tried to get it out the car, I said, nothing wrong, Ma. Pa was right there, and he didn't tell her right away, neither. She said, I know there's something wrong. And I think she could see the cut here, the bruise, you know, a little blood there. And something happened. So she said, I know when I was down the city. She said, she knew it when she was down the city. She couldn't wait till she got home. What do you call that?
Intuition? Intuition? Mother's intuition. Intuition.
Intuition.
Yeah.
I think that's what it must have been, because she says she knew something was happening. She couldn't wait till she got home. That's what she said. And but never went to a doctor. Never went to a doctor, Benita. You wouldn't believe that, would you? Huh?
I believe it.
Never went to a doctor. And how many years that bothered me? When I went up in the mill there, it bothered me about, I'd say maybe about 8 years after I got married. Maybe 10 years after I got married, about. And then up in the mill, and when I had to go back in the mill, I had to pull these bags out by hand without a rope out the hole. Was dumping. I was in back to dryer with net the burr picker. I had to climb up, put them in back. This was a hole in the ground. I had in the floor, and I had to put a hoop around and back to dryer. Just push it in the bag, jump in it, pull yourself up out again, jump in, put more in, and then sew the top up and pull the bags out with a hoist. No electric hoist, just a hand hoist. Rope over a block. And gee, when it got a damp, rainy day, they used to say them things will bother you. Geez, to get a damp, rainy day, I couldn't hardly get that bag out of there. But I did it. I did it. Pull them out. And it hurt in here. Oh, how it hurt. And then after a while, I had trouble breathing. And I went to that doctor that brought my hair back. Remember I told you about that? I went to him, and he gave me some medicine, and I coughed up some white crumbs. When I coughed up them white crumbs, I could breathe better. My barnacle tubes were crushed, and they had the white crumbs in there. When I coughed them up, I was all right. Then he told me too, he says, let the sun shine on your back. He says, and I says, in the winter time I can't do that though. But I always like to take my shirts. When I work out in the garden, I always take my shirt off. But when I coughed up a couple crumbs up, then I could breathe better. That bothered me for about 8-10 years. And then after I went in the bone specialist, my daughter over here had him for Janet. Dr. Talon. His name just come back to me. Dr. Talon, the bone specialist. Janet had trouble with her legs or something one time, and she took him to him. And he was my steel doctor in a steel plant. He had his office right in there, you know, come over so many hours or what, different days or what. Dr. Talon. And so I went in there for when he first examined me, examine everybody when they first get a job there, say, examine me, all right, and everything, but then he come to my chest. He says, you got some bones been broken in there. He says, what kind of athletic person were you? He says, did you play hockey? Did you football? No. I says, but I used to love the boxing and wrestling. But I says, I never did any of them other things. But he says, you got bones been broken here. He says, right up here, poked around. He says, you had bones broken there. Well, I says, I know what it's from. He says, what? I got run over with a load of hay. I says, right across here. He says, that's it. That's it. And all them years, imagine that? Never went to a doctor or nothing.